Reincarnated as the Villainess's son. Chapter 41-80. Chapter 41, Lauren, 2, Flashback. Ewing Viscount family. Esma's emotionless voice echoed through one of the main halls of the Algener family castle. Sitting on a throne crafted from the most exquisite materials, she looked down upon the four kneeling figures before her. Among them was a crying child, no older than 10, accompanied by a teenage girl attempting to soothe the child's tears. Beside them were a woman and a man, their hands tied behind their backs, shielding their children. The loyalist family under the now deceased Duke Heimdall. Esma muttered with a bored expression, her gaze fixed on the four figures. "Why did you betray the Empire, Viscount Ewing?" Esma asked, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on the man in the forefront. "I didn't do anything like that," Viscount Orin Ewing retorted, his voice rising in anger. He was a man in his early 50s, with a wrinkled face and mahogany hair, glaring back at Esma. "Helping a child of a traitor to escape and hiding him from the Empire is in itself akin to betraying the Empire," Esma replied, looking down at him from her position. "Duke Martin wasn't a traitor. He was an honest man loyal to the Empire. You are the one who framed him." Orin shot back, his tone filled with accusation. "Does it matter?" Esma asked, tapping her fingers on the armrest of the throne. "He is already proven guilty and executed." Mommy. Orin's son interrupted, his feeble, childlike voice cutting through the tension. "Yes, son, I am here. Mother is right here." Mavis, Orin's wife, crawled towards their son, who was leaning on his sister. I don't feel good." The son choked on his tears, breaking his mother's heart. "Everything will be fine, son. Don't worry," Mavis replied, leaning in to kiss her son's head repeatedly. "Mother his heartbeat is weakening," the teenage girl whispered, bringing her brother close to her in an attempt to comfort him. "He will be fine, Lauren." Mavis glared at her daughter. "He will be fine. Isn't it ironic, Viscount Ewing?" Esma's bored voice echoed once again, drawing their attention back to her. "Because you saved that man's son, you are going to lose your own family," she continued, her words cutting deep. Orin bit his lower lip until blood gushed out. His glare fixed on Esma, his frustration and fear clear on his face. In a situation where he proved his loyalty by saving his master's son from certain death, it has now become the reason for his family's inevitable demise. "I heard about your daughter's talent, Viscount Ewing," Esma commented as she shifted her focus towards Lauren. "A talent that surpasses all others in your entire bloodline. A one-of-a-kind talent." Lauren trembled visibly as Esma's gaze bore down on her. "What do you want?" Mavis finally broke the tense silence within the hall, her voice quivering, her eyes darting between Esma and her son. "I want nothing from you," Esma replied, her attention shifting to the lone boy standing beside her. "Here is your first test, Azariah." Azariah, no more than 11 years old, stood silently, his left hand heavily bandaged, hanging by his side as he looked at his mother who had called him. "I will give you a choice," Esma mumbled, her eyes fixed on her son. "Choose one, the innocent family or the talented girl." "Huh?" Azariah's confusion was evident in his voice and expression. "The one you choose will live, while the other will be executed," Esma explained calmly. But her words have adverse effect on Azariah as his eyes trembled while his breath became shallow. What are you saying?" Orin's voice trembled as he spoke, his own fear mirroring that of Azariah. "Make your choice, Azariah," Esma pressed on, ignoring Orin. Her gaze fixed, her focus on the trembling child who was growing visibly paler with each passing moment. "Choose me." Azariah's gaze turned towards the teenage girl as she crawled towards him. "Lauren!" Orin shouted, trying to stop her, but she ignored him and continued to plead with Azariah. Lord, please choose me," she whimpered, bowing her head in front of him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please let them live, please," she begged, her voice trembling. "Stop it, Lauren." Oren shouted at his daughter, desperate to halt her pleas. I will give you anything, my lord. Keep me as your maid. Or even a slave. Beat me. Kill me if you want. Just let them live. Lauren trembled as she continued to beg him, while Azariah's face drained of color. Stop this, Esma. Oren's voice boomed, his glare fixed on Esma. Stop the Stop shouting, Esma muttered as she rose to her feet, her demeanor shifting from that of a bored woman to that of a tyrant empress. As she stood, a beautiful silver crown began to materialize upon her head. The crown was so magnificent that it eclipsed everything else in the hall. It was a crown that symbolized her hierarchy in this world. A crown that empowered her to challenge those who were of a higher rank than her. A crown that represented her obsession. The crown of control. Her presence bore down on all of them in the hall, except Azariah, who remained unaffected. And before they could react, they all lost consciousness, unable to do anything. So, Azariah, have you made your decision? Esma inquired, resuming her seat upon the throne. Azariah. He simply gazed at the family lying on the ground. A happy family, a life he had never known. And now he was about to shatter this family. Azariah, make your decision, Esma pressed, her tone firm. Slowly, he walked towards Esma and fell to his knees before her. Please, let them live, mother, he pleaded, his forehead touching her feet as tears streamed down his face. Please. Don't kill them, he begged, his heart heavy with the burden of their fate. Are you giving up, Azariah? Esma Noah Aljana. Are you giving up on the deal we made? She knows exactly where her son will get hurt the most. Are you going to back down now? And she doesn't hesitate to use it perfectly against him. Azariah slowly raised his head as he looked at his mother. You just have to say it. Leaning towards him, Esma wiped his tears as she whispered, just say it, you don't want to, and you can go back to your normal life. But even as she wiped his tears, Azariah continued to cry. Always remember, Azariah, being my son is your greatest blessing, Esma mumbled as she made him look at her, but being my son is also your greatest curse. Azariah looked at her without replying as she gently wiped his tears. If you are not strong enough, this curse will take everything away from you. In a daze, Azariah looked at his mother as she grabbed him by his shoulder, making him stand up. Remember, never in your life love someone so much that you can kneel down for them, Esma said as she looked at her child, and never let someone love you as well. She looked deep into his eyes as she continued, because if you care for someone, the curse of yours will take them away from you. Having said that, she looked at the unconscious family. Now choose, Azariah. The innocent family or the talented girl? Which one should be executed? Azariah took a deep breath, as tears once again fell from his eyes. The girl. He choked out those words between his tears. Esma nodded her head before she stood up from her seat and walked out of the room. Adaliah, Esma called, and the door pushed open as a woman in a secretary uniform walked in. Yes, my lady? Adaliah asked as she bowed slightly. Esma didn't reply as she looked back at her son. Azariah, she called, making him look at her with his teary eyes. You made the wrong choice, she replied before she walked out of the hall, commanding Adaliah. Mother, no, please. Execute the family and leave the girl alive. On that day, Lauren Ewing lost her entire family. And on the same day, Azariah lost a part of himself and his will to love. It's a good deal, Lauren, I grunted, straightening up to face her. After all you are getting me under you, the sinner who killed your family. I chuckled as I finished my words, gently lifting my now injured shoulder, which was almost out of its socket. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into? She asked, enraged, moving back and leaning against the wall for support. It's up to you now. Instead of replying, I pressed on with a cheerful smile. Or are you gonna do nothing? Again. She looked at me resentfully, clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white. I feel bad for your family now, I provoked further, as her glare intensified. They died so that a coward like you could live. Grug. My words seemed to work like magic, as she once again grabbed my throat, making me look into her eyes. Fine, she mumbled, tightening her grip, if you want to die from overtraining so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Cough. Cough. I coughed again as she loosened her grip, causing me to stumble down. Meet me at 3 in the morning on the training ground, she commanded, opening the door and walking out of the room. If you are even a second late, don't think I will train you then. Huff. Huff. Huffing, I crawled towards the wall, my body screaming in pain and agony with every movement. Well, that was intense, I mumbled with a chuckle, leaning against the wall and sitting on the ground. Was it necessary? I can't train by myself, I replied, closing my eyes and supporting my injured shoulder. And she is the best option I could go for. Is she that good? She trained Ethan in the game, and her sword art is the thing that I want the most. Why? Because it will work perfectly if I use it with the runes on my body. You're thinking of doing something crazy again, right? Arg. Am I that easy to read? With a grunted I gently rose to my feet and walked out of the room. Just don't do anything stupid, yeah? So, what now? I will go see a doctor first, I mumbled, supporting my dislocated shoulder, and then go watch the drama that will happen later between their protagonist and their villainess. Oh, I thought you were going to keep ignoring your shoulder. It hurts like hell, idiot, I grumbled as I walked. And it's not like I have a thing for feeling pain. Right, what's with that long pause, fucker? I grumbled as I crossed an intersection, heading towards the nursing room. Ugh, not this bitch again. However, just as I took a turn, I found 2 boys walking towards me. As the boy walking in front noticed me, he smiled widely and walked towards me. Azariah. Lucas Sayimir waved at me with a smile. With the same hair color as his sister Miley, and a sturdy, lean body, and a handsome face, he looked like a Prince Charming straight out of a romance book. The heir of the Mayor Iraq dukedom and the guy I despise. Lucas. I also faked a smiled back at him as he stood in front of me. You don't know how surprised I was to see you here this morning, he said with a wide smile, a mama's boy coming here alone without any protection. Yeah, it was unexpected, right? I replied with a smile, nodding my head. Keegan, why aren't you saying anything? Lucas then looked at the boy who had been glaring at me all this time. Keegan Quivers, a boy with light blonde hair and eyes of the same color, the son of the head Imperial Commander of the Empire's Night Squad. You'll pay for what you did, Keegan hissed as he looked at me. Still salty about the princess thing? I asked as Keegan clenched his fist. You shouldn't have done that, Azariah, Lucas chimed in with the same smile. You humiliated her in front of everyone. Because of you, she will have to live in shame. Keegan snarled as well. It's better than marrying a shit like you. You. Stop it, Azariah. Lucas said as he blocked Keegan. I kissed her a lot when I was a child, pretty sure she felt joy instead of humiliation when I tried to kiss her again, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Azariah. Keegan shouted as he took out his sword. Azariah. Both of them are stronger than you, I know. Easy, Keegan. Lucas grabbed his hand as he patted his shoulder. Don't fight him here. And Lucas. Would you stop your fucking act of a good guy, I said, making him look at me. What? You know that's why Shyamala never gives a shit about you. With a smile, I poked at his core, because in her eyes, you are an incompetent fool. Be careful with what you are saying, he growled at me, his fake smile vanishing. You are talking with the future of the Empire. Yeah, the fancy title of yours. Doesn't mean shit. Looks like the cripple needs to learn the hard way, Keegan mumbled, glaring at me. and Lucas quietly walked back, leaving us alone. You can't beat him in your current condition. I know, I replied as I took out my hammer with my working hand, but that doesn't mean I can't knock some teeth out of his mouth. What's going on here? A smoothing voice broke the tension as I closed my eyes. I don't want to face her. Not now. Azariah tried to start a fight, Princess, and Keegan was trying to defend himself, Lucas replied as he bowed his head slightly towards the white-haired girl. Are you all right, Keegan? Arianel asked as she looked at the boy. Why yeah, Princess, I am fine just by looking at you. Stammering, he replied while smiling like an idiot. A simp, apostrophe. Correct. Don't give in to provocation, it's not a good thing. With a smile, Arianel said, and Keegan started to blush like a girl. Cringe, I know, right? Anyway, I need to talk with him. Please go back to your class. Arianel asked, making Keegan come back to his senses. No, Princess. Keegan shook his head as he replied, what if he tries to do something to you? I can handle it. Buta. Keegan. Arianel said firmly, looking at him. Go. Let's go, Keegan. Lucas said as he patted his shoulder, and Keegan nodded his head before walking in the opposite direction. Arianel then slowly turned towards me, her eyes meeting mine. She is as beautiful as I first saw her. What do you want, Princess? I asked as I placed the hammer back in the bracelet. Duke Mendonca has asked the Emperor to annul your engagement with Christina, she replied, her gaze fixed on me. Is that all? I asked as I supported my injured hand. That's all you have to say? She asked, disappointment evident in her expression. What? Do you expect me to cry? I grumbled as I looked at her. Yeah, maybe I was expecting too much from you, she nodded as she walked closer to me. You know what, I am happy for Christina, looking into my eyes, she said, I am happy that she doesn't have to marry a guy like you. For fuck's sake, who even wants to marry her? I retorted as I walked past her. Yeah. Just walk away like you always do. I keep forgetting you're the type of guy who only thinks of himself. She shouted, making me halt. Azariah, what do you know about me? Walking back to her, I asked, you never tried to understand me. What right do you have to judge me? I tried, Azariah. But all I got in return was pain, she replied as she glared back. You never loved me, you never loved Christina, you never loved anyone. Who are you? I snapped as I pushed her back. Who are you to say I never loved anyone? Azariah, stop, she looked at me as she stumbled back, then walked back, enraged. You are hollow from the inside. She pushed me back as she shouted. You have zero feelings inside you, no empathy, no guilt, no love. It's all empty. So what? I raised my voice, glaring at her as I pushed her again. I don't have any feelings. So what are you going to do? Stop being a jerk, Azariah, she whispered softly as she walked closer. You have all one could ask for. I don't have anything. You have a family, you have a relationship. Yeah, thanks. You have a whole life ahead of you. I didn't reply but just looked at her. Family, relationship, life. I don't have any of it. Azariah, she whispered again as she tried to touch my cheek. Stay away. I walked backwards, glaring at her. Stay away from me. She slowly retracted her hand, looking at me. Yes. Tell me what her emotions will be. As I walked towards the wall, I asked. What are you doing? Azariah? Ever heard of wall treatment? Ignoring Arianel's confused voice, I asked as I touched my forehead on the cold wall, with my working hand aligning my injured shoulder's joint with the socket. Don't, Azariah, slam. Crack. With a swift movement, I slammed my injured shoulder against the wall, forcing it back into its original position, the crackling sound of the joint returning echoing in the air. Ugh! Huff. Huff. I groaned, feeling the intense discomfort radiating from my injured shoulder. My breaths came out in ragged gasps as I fought to endure pain. Her feelings? Hostile, resentful, miserable, anxious and concern. You know what, Arya? As I rolled back, leaning against the wall, I said with a smile, looking at her as she stood right in front of me, I might stop being a jerk if you fulfill my wish. What do you want? She asked, and just as Elle said, she had concern in her eyes. Nothing much, just for one night, sleep with me. Slap. And before I could complete my sentence, she slapped me tightly. Just go die. She yelled, her eyes red as she walked away. I am dying anyway. I mumbled with a tired sigh as I sat down on the ground. L. Disgust and hatred, sweet. With a smile, I mumbled as I closed my eyes. Man, I feel tired. As Arya stepped into the bustling school canteen, the aroma of various foods filling the air as students chatted excitedly around him. He scanned the room, his gaze falling upon the familiar figures of Ethan, Oliver, and Amir standing together at a nearby counter. Making his way through the maze of tables, as Arya approached the counter where trays of food were laid out before him and grabbed one before walking towards Oliver. As Oliver called as soon as he noticed him, "Where were you? You see this?" Instead of replying, as Arya pointed towards his injured shoulder, which was now properly bandaged. "Oh," Oliver nodded his head as he took his tray before placing it on the counter as they waited for their turn to come. "What happened to your face?" Amir asked, looking at his swollen left cheek. "Who did it?" Oliver's face hardened as he asked in a low voice. Arya, as Arya replied with a small pause. "What did you even mess with her when you know she can one-shot you?" Amir grumbled, giving him an annoyed look. "Leave it," Oliver said as he slapped Amir on his chest, making him wince in pain. "Where are the rest of them?" as Arya asked, and Oliver pointed in a certain direction. As Arya followed his fingertip as he looked back where Alia, Miley, and Ashlyn were chatting happily. "When did they come so close?" Amir asked as Arya waved his hand towards Ashlyn, who waved first at him. "Ashlyn is a capybara in human skin, it's no wonder she became so close with the rest," as Arya replied as he looked forward. "Well, you are right about that," Oliver replied with a chuckle as he nodded his head. "Once she starts talking, she doesn't stop." "Wait," as Arya, "how tall are you?" As Amir stood beside him, he couldn't help but ask. "I am 5 feet 8 inches, and why are you even asking?" as Arya replied as he straightened his back, matching his height with Amir. "Dude, you are 15 and you are almost as tall as me. You could possibly grow taller than me," Oliver grumbled as his shoulders fell down in defeat. "Who is taller between both of you?" Ethan, who was listening to their conversation, chimed in as well as he played with the tray in his hand. "Between me and Amir?" Oliver asked. "Yeah. It's me," Oliver said with a proud smile, folding his arms and puffing out his chest. "I am bigger than him by a whole inch." "Ugh, not this shit again," Amir grumbled, letting out a tired sigh. "You mean taller?" Ethan asked with a frown. "I mean bigger," Oliver insisted, his chest still puffed with pride. "Third leg," as Arya replied, and suddenly, all the words made sense to him. "You geese compare that?" Ethan asked, with a hint of disgust, as he slowly stepped back. "That happened when we were children," Amir complained, looking at him. "And why are you walking backwards?" "But I'm pretty sure I'm still the bigger one, little brother," Oliver grinned, wrapping his arm around Ethan's shoulder. "No, you're not," Amir grumbled, running his hand through his shoulder-length raven hair. "Stop living in delusion." "Ha, ask Azariah, he remembers that, don't you?" Oliver retorted, looking at Azariah. "Don't drag me into your gay shit," Azariah said, looking at them with disgust as he stepped back. "Come on, Buddy, remember we did compare it with you as well. Oliver's words trailed off as he remembered the past. What happened? Ethan asked as Oliver removed his hand from his shoulder. He is not a human. He's a monster, Olive mumbled, letting out a tired sigh. Huh? How? Ethan asked, tilting his head in confusion. You know, he might be able to seduce a Pegasus with his thing, Olive replied, glancing at Azariah, who was listening to their conversation without saying anything. Man, I feel depressed, Emma mumbled as he leaned on the counter. I have a better question to ask. How do you even know that? Ethan asked, looking at Oliver. Well, we used to bathe together when we were children, so we saw his thing back then, Oliver replied, but once again, his words trailed off. Man, I feel even more depressed now, Emma mumbled, glaring at Azariah. You know, I always wondered why you guys only bathed with me once, and now I know, Azariah commented, looking at both brothers. Unlike you, we didn't have permission to enter the ladies' bathroom, fucker, Emma snapped back at him. Yeah, Christina used to bathe with you, taking you with her in the ladies' section, Oliver commented, with a light chuckle. Ting. The tray in Ethan's hand fell as he heard Oliver's words. You all right? Oliver asked, picking up the tray. Why yeah, I'm fine, Ethan replied with a smile, taking his tray back. Our turn, Azariah mumbled as the counter lady looked at them. What do you want, kids? She asked with a smile. 6 trays of the regular and add extra chicken lollipops in one of them, Oliver replied, smiling back at her. Stop eating chicken too much, Azariah grumbled as he slapped his back. Make it 2 trays with extra chicken, Oliver said, before looking back at Azariah. And you should eat more, you are all bones. Add 1 raspberry cake in one of them, Azariah said, ignoring Oliver's comment and addressing the counter lady. She nodded before preparing their food. You're not coming with us? Oliver asked, looking at Ethan. No, I'll be a little late, Ethan replied, shaking his head. Come to our table if you want, Oliver offered as Azariah, Emma, and he picked up 2 trays of food. Thanks, Ethan replied with a smile as they walked towards the ladies' table. You guys are late, Miley complained as soon as they arrived. Can I throw the food on her face? Azariah whispered in Oliver's ear as they sat down opposite the girls. Leave it, Oliver replied, shaking his head. Where were you, Azariah? Ashlyn asked, looking at him curiously as he placed the tray with raspberry cake in front of her. In the nursing room, he replied, pointing towards his left shoulder. Oh, are you all right, or do you need help eating? She asked, looking at him with concern. You know, if you can hail her he can eat by himself, don't worry, Miley interjected before Azariah could reply, making him stop. Can you? She asked, looking at him. It's fine, I can, Azariah replied with a smile as he picked up the spoon with his working hand. Anyway, who is your class leader? Alia asked, looking around. Not decided yet, Miley replied as she ate her food, but most probably Oliver. What about you? It's Lucas and Keegan, Alia replied, glanced at Oliver who was busy eating his chicken, and for the last class, it's most probably Princess Arianel or Shyaml. Oh, yeah, Archie's wannabe shadow is also in their class, right? Oliver asked, looking at Alia. Yeah, he is, she replied, nodding. Archie? Ashlyn asked. The second prince, Azariah replied, we call him Archie just to annoy him. Oh, you geese must be close then, she replied with a slight smile. All of us were close when we were kids, Alia said, making all of them look at her, but as time passed, things changed. All that happened because of Azariah, Miley interjected, making her stop as she glared at Azariah. Had he not been a jerk to everyone and harassed the girls, we could still be close. Did I ever harass you? Azariah asked as he stopped eating. Taken aback by his reply, she took a moment before she replied, number. Then shut up, Bitka. He swore, but he stopped midway as Ashlyn looked at him. What? Miley asked, but her attention quickly diverted as a girl walked in the canteen. With her silver hair cascading down her back, casting a soft glow around her delicate features. Her crimson eyes held a mesmerizing depth, drawing in with their intensity and mystery. Her skin flawless, with a porcelain-like complexion that seemed to glow. All of them stopped eating as they looked at Shyamala as she walked gracefully and elegantly towards the counter. I always wondered, though, weren't you guys close to Shyamala? Miley asked as she looked at the girl. Why the distance now? We weren't, Oliver replied as he finished the last of his chicken lollipops. We were just around her. She was only close with Azariah. She was always depressed when Asher was executed. Alia added as she passed her part of chicken lollipops to Oliver. She hardly talked with anyone other than Azariah. Asher? Ashlyn asked once again with a sad tone in her voice. Asher Heimdall. Oliver replied as he smiled towards Alia before taking her part of chicken lollipops. He was executed with his family in the Great Purge 10 years ago. And he was Shyamala's fiancé. Copyright, Ama added, looking at Miley. I kinda forget how he looked like. We hardly saw him anyway, Oliver replied before glancing at Azariah. Where are you looking? Huh? Nothing, Azariah replied, parting his gaze away from Ethan as he heard the name Asher. What happened then? Out of curiosity, Miley asked. When she was depressed, Azariah was there for her, Ama replied, not missing the chance to talk about her. For 2 whole years, he stuck with her. Then, what? She urged. But things turned to shit again when Shane, her brother, died, Ama continued with a heavy sigh. And Azariah also stopped meeting us after that. I never got to know, Miley asked again, looking at Amia. How did he die? He was a Ama. But before he could reply, Azariah interjected, giving him a cold stare. Shut up. What? I am just triple . Can't you shut your little trap? Oliver interjected, slapping his chest again as he winced in pain. Huh? What is he doing? Alia asked, frowning, making all of them look back. At one of the tables, in the middle of the canteen, Shyamala sat with her food, but another figure loomed over her. It was Ethan. Huh? What is he doing? Alia asked with a frown, making me turn my gaze in the direction she was looking. There, in the middle of the canteen, Shyamala sat alone, eating gracefully, while Ethan stood beside her, holding his tray of food. Did he fall in love at first sight? Olive mumbled, shifting his body backward as he observed them. I bet he is going to get rejected, Amir said with a grin, taking a similar seated position as his brother. That's a given, Olive replied, focusing on them as I adjusted my position as well. You guys are blocking the view, Miley grumbled, and like the simp both brothers were, they shifted their chairs, giving her a full view. And slowly but surely, the canteen quieted down as students' focus fell on those two. Mind if I sit down here? Ethan asked politely, his smile reaching his eyes as he looked at Shyamala, his voice echoing in the quiet canteen hall. With her crimson eyes, Shyamala glanced at him deeply before she parted her pinkish lips. Number. Told you, Oliver gloated, casting a glance at his brother. Yeah, shut up now, Ama replied, his gaze fixed on them. I'll just take the seat here. Ignoring her blatant rejection, Ethan settled himself opposite to her. That's shameless behavior, Olive mumbled, nodding his head. And I approve. He has some potential. Just like you, I commented, slapping Oliver's chest, causing him to wince in pain. Are you for real? Shyamala asked, her expression bored as she regarded Ethan. I just wanted to talk with you, Ethan replied with a slight smile as he picked up his fork. Fine, what do you want to talk about? Shyamala asked, looking at him as she paused in her eating. Nothing much, Ethan shrugged, looking back at her. Just wanted to say that you look beautiful. Man, I want his confidence, Oliver grumbled. How the fuck did he say that without cringing? Do I even know you? Shyamala asked, squinting her eyes as if his praise had no effect on her. Maybe or maybe not, Ethan replied with a smile. Fill me in, will you? What do you want to know? Didn't you say Ethan was the protagonist? Then why is he flirting with a villainess? If your dumb brain still didn't get it, then let me just tell you, Ethan is Ashley Heimdall. Didn't that girl say that he was executed? The one who was executed was a body double. He is the real one. How did your mother miss it? She didn't. Ethan is like a monkey dancing in her palm. He is just living in delusion that he is safe and his family sacrificed themselves to protect him, but in reality, he is just another pawn in my mother's twisted game. But why is he flirting with her? Ethan wants revenge against the Empire and my mother, anyway. Tell me, what's the best way to make allies when women are involved? Seduce them? That's exactly what he is doing. He will try to seduce high-ranking women so they can help him in his revenge. That fucker will go after every woman that has a high enough status, including the third princess Arianel and my fiancée copyrightee, Christina. And the only reason he is starting with Shyamala is because she is his ex-fiancée copyrightee, and before his family was executed, she was the closest to him. Spoil me a little. What happened to both of them? I mean, she is a villainess for a reason, right? As soon as she gets to know about Ethan's real identity, she becomes obsessed with him. To the point of being extremely unstable and sensitive about his matters. Yan dear. Yeah, she wanted Ethan to be just with her, and when she gets to know about him seducing multiple girls, she snapped. She truly snapped. Letting out her primordial evil, and plunging a third of an island into darkness. And even then, the first one she tried to kill wasn't the woman Ethan was seducing. It wasn't Ethan. It was me. But didn't that girl say you were close to her? For her, I was nothing but a substitute for Ethan. When I first met her, she was depressed, and like a foolish little boy I was back then, I did everything that I could to cheer her up. I pretended to like the music that she liked. I pretended to like her favorite food, even though I couldn't taste. I stayed with her even when she scratched me to the point that I bled. Even when she yelled at me, compared me with Asha. I stayed. But in the end, she didn't pick me. She didn't choose me. She didn't love me. Are you okay? Yeah. I don't feel anything. I don't care anymore. In fact, I hate her. I hate with the very fiber of my being. Look, Oliver shook me violently, making me turn to him. Lucas is here. I shifted my focus towards Lucas, whom I had met a while ago, as he walked towards Ethan with a disturbed smile on his face. I am sorry, my hand slipped. Picking up a bottle of milk, he emptied it on Ethan's head as he jeered. The fun is about to begin. Oliver beamed in joy as he stood up from his seat. Emma, let's go gaslight them. Count me in, Emma replied with a grin as he stood up as well, and so did I. Don't overdo it, Miley said, and both of them nodded with a smile. Ethan slowly stood up from his seat as we closed in, with Emma walking towards Lucas and Oliver towards Ethan. Dude, what does he think he is, disrespecting you like this? Folding his arms, Olive mumbled in Ethan's ear. If I were you, I wouldn't have let this slide. Dude, he was flirting with your crush right in front of all the students. Emma mirrored Oliver's action as he whispered in Lucas's ear. If I were you, I wouldn't have let that slide. I always wondered how they could be friends with a guy like you. Now I know. What the fuck does that mean? I asked, standing at the side away from Shyamala, who was quietly eating. Nothing. Who are you? Ethan asked, running his fingers through his brown hair. Lucas say I'm heir of Mayor Iraq Dukedom, he replied with a proud smile, looking down at Ethan. Nice to meet you, commoner. Now he's done it, he's blatantly looking down at you, man, Oliver lamented, whispering in Ethan's ear. Nice to meet you too. Now, if you'll excuse me, Ethan replied with a smile, ignoring Oliver's words as he moved towards his seat at Shyamala's table. Man, Now he's ignoring even when you told him who you are, Amo mumbled, clicking his tongue. Don't know who's looking down on who. Hey, get up, Lucas demanded as soon as Ethan took the seat, grabbing him by his collar and making him stand up. Let go, Ethan said, looking at him coldly. Both Oliver and Amo were grinning like idiots as they stood beside them. Stay away from her, Lucas growled, his eyes glaring at Ethan. Or you'll understand what it's like to live in pain. She isn't yours, Ethan rebuked, clenching his fist. Oh, that's for now, Lucas whispered with a smile, making Ethan glare at him. Azariah, Azel shouted in my mind, my instincts kicked in, propelling me off the ground towards Oliver and Amo. Cuck. Uck. Without explaining or saying anything, I grabbed both of them by their collars before propelling them backwards. The very next moment, an ominous dark circle formed on the ground, swallowing everything within its reach. The table, the chairs, everything dissolved into it as if they were objects sinking into water. I looked towards Ethan and Lucas, who sat there, taking deep breaths. They had barely avoided the circle, missing their shoes in the process. Howard. Thanks man. Oliver mumbled, but I ignored him as I looked at the culprit of the mess. In the middle of the circle. She stood alone, with the solitude of an obsidian-colored crown adorning her head. It wasn't as ornate or as clear as the one that my mother possessed, but its similarity was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly the same type of crown. Her crown. The crown of darkness. A fucking cheat item that only few in this world have. An item that can stack up blessings, ignores the use of blessing forms, providing absolute control on one element and so on. However, my attention swiftly diverted to her attire. Her usual academic uniform had transformed into a stunning obsidian-colored bridal dress, enveloping her figure. The dress that nullifies any type of physical attack. You guys are as annoying as pests, she remarked, glancing at Ethan and Lucas. Don't try to pester me again if you don't want to die. Having said that, she looked in our direction, more specifically, she looked at me. And smiled. A beautiful and mesmerizing smile. Had I not known how much she hates me, I would have surely thought she is a maiden in love with that smile of hers. But the rest doesn't know that, as I felt the glare of all the boys in the canteen. Specifically the glares of Ethan and Lucas. As she slowly walked towards me, I felt both Oliver and Amo walking backwards slowly. What type of fucking friends are they? I thought, but I ignored them as Shyamala stood in front of me. With the same smile on her face, she leaned in, bringing her lips close to my ears. I hope you are ready for the most brutal death, she mumbled in my ear, her voice barely audible, because I will grant you that death. If she thinks this will make me afraid, then how much wrong she is. I have been through worse. With a smirk, I replied, stand in line, you aren't the first to say that. But suddenly, she kissed my cheek. No, it wasn't a kiss, as her lips never touched my cheek, but to all present, it looked like she did. Then I hope I could be your first, she leaned back as she winked at me with a smile. And then she walked away. I am glad we don't have a sister, or this fucker would have seduced her as well. I completely ignored Oliver's words as I looked at Ethan and Lucas. And, sure enough, they were glaring at me as if I hadn't read them. She unknowingly pitted you against them. Knowingly, I corrected him as I let out a tired sigh. She truly is a villainess. And that's how the dormitory rules work, a beautiful woman with reddish hair and eyes said with a smile as she stood in front of the teacher's desk. I hope no boys will try to sneak into the girls' dormitory. Daphne Sloan, the class teacher of Section A, where Arianel and Shyamala are the class leaders. She is talking about you, Azariah. Oliver, who was sitting beside me, mumbled, don't try to sneak in at Noag. Shut it, I interjected as I slapped his chest, making him cry out in pain. Do you have a thing for my tits or what? Why are you slapping it so much? Why are you calling them tits? Wait. No, that's not why. Would you guys keep it down? Ethan grumbled as he sat beside Oliver. Dude, You smell like milk. Be glad I am sitting beside you, Oliver ranted, glancing at Ethan as he rubbed his chest. I do? Ethan asked, sniffing himself. You do. Even I can smell it, I replied, even though I couldn't. Why do you think the girls are sitting away from us? Ethan laughed awkwardly as he shifted a little away from us. Talking about milk, Oliver whispered softly as he smiled proudly. You know I once drank breast milk of a female minotaur? Why the fuck did you do that? I asked, looking at him with disgust. Come on, I drank it out of curiosity, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. Wait. I thought there were only male minotaurs. I never heard about a female one, Ethan chimed in, with a frown on his face. Oliver tilted his head in confusion as he looked at him. Nah, there are. The shopkeeper clearly said it's from a female minotaur. There are no such things as female minotaurs, I interjected, glancing at him. Then what did I drink? With a frown, he mumbled softly. Was it white? I asked. Yes. Was it viscous? Yes. Was it creamy? Yes. Do I need to continue? Fuck. No, he grumbled, his face turned various shades of green. Black lines appeared on his forehead, and his eyes dropped down as if he'd lost a part of himself. It's fine, buddy. At least you're a step ahead of Emma in adult stuff. Even though yours was kinda gay, I said, patting his shoulder and shaking my head. Then I asked, by the way, did you spit it out or swallow it? Shut up, fucker, he replied, glaring at me. Then as he remembered something he continued, and Emma also took a sip of it. He said it was tasty. Ethan muffledly laughed at the situation. 3 boys at the last seat. Please stand up, Daphne said, looking at us. And we're fucked, I mumbled as all 3 of us stood up. Can you please repeat what I was saying just now? She asked with a smile, looking at us. Oliver replied with utmost confidence, that we should be punctual with our studies. Wrong. Anyone else? She asked, looking at me and Ethan. I remained silent and so did Ethan. Remain standing for the rest of the class and listen to what I am saying, she instructed, and we obediently nodded our heads. So, as I was saying, she continued with a smile, shifting her focus to the class, for the first year, it will be the easiest academic year for all of you. I doubt that. And all you need to do is make sure you guys have a fun and relaxing year, she said, leaning on the desk. Whoever is going to follow her advice is bound to die even before half the academic year has passed. Why so negative? Dude, they are in Ethan's class, and protagonists and trouble are like rabbits in heat, they always fuck each other. And after the weapon selection in a few days, you guys can go check out clubs, Daphne continued, catching my attention. There are a lot of exciting clubs for boys and girls alike. Those who will be in the club can also participate in the house competition that will be held in 3 months' time, she added, causing the attention of the class to shift. Mom, one of the boys raised his hand to ask a question. Yes. What's a house competition? In simple terms, it's a competition between the 4 houses, red, green, blue, and yellow. It's like one big event before the mid-year exam, she explained as she strolled around the classroom. Ring. But before she could continue, the bell signaling the end of class rang, marking the end of the first day at the academy. Well, that's it for today, Daphne said with a smile as she gathered her belongings, looking at us. I hope you guys have a wonderful first year. And she jinxed it, I mumbled to myself as I watched her leave. I need some refreshments, Oliver announced, grabbing his bag and heading towards Miley and Ashlyn. I followed him, leaving Ethan behind. Do you have some refreshments, Miley? Oliver asked, looking at her, while I approached Ashlyn. Why did you change your seat? I inquired curiously. When the class started, all of a sudden she and Miley changed their seats away from us. Miley wanted to have some girls talk, so. Ashlyn explained awkwardly, glancing at Miley. Is that so? I mumbled, narrowing my eyes at Miley. Is she trying to separate you two? Yeah, most probably. Maybe breaking a few bones of hers will be enough for a warning. You know, if you do that, the simping twins will not forgive you. You're right. In the game, Azariah did exactly that. He targeted Miley to make the twins hate him. What are you looking at? Ashlyn asked, noticing my gaze. Nothing, I replied as I started to walk out, with Ashlyn beside me. Oliver and Miley also began to walk behind us. Az, she called out, making me look at her, her expression hesitant. Can I call you Az? Zura. No, before I could reply, Oliver interjected, quickly stepping up beside me. Only the ones who are close to him can call him Az. Why are you jealous? I asked, noticing his glare at Ashlyn. Come on, do Diag? Oliver let out a startled cry as a raven-haired boy slapped his chest. What's up, big bro? Grinning, Amr asked, looking at Oliver as he arrived with Aliyah. Again, why mitits? Oliver grumbled, touching his chest. Should I massage them? Aliyah asked with concern as she approached Oliver. You want to touch mitits? Covering his chest, Oliver asked. No, I didn't me Anna. She stammered, blushing furiously. You can call me Az, I replied, looking at Ashlyn, ignoring Oliver's idiotic teasing. No. I will stick with Azariah for now, with an awkward smile, she replied. Okay. I nodded before I asked, you were saying something? Yes, can I have your number? She asked, her mesmerizing golden eyes looking at me expectantly. Sure. I replied, passing my phone to her. You know, Christina will not be happy if she saw you doing this. Miley commented as she looked at Ashlyn who was typing her number and then at me. Yes, Miley told me about your fiancé copyright Azariah. With a beautiful smile on her face, she said, passing my phone back. And she made your plans to seduce her 10 times harder. I didn't reply as I looked at Ashlyn. Standing in front of me, she closed her eyes with a smile as she joined both her hands in a praying gesture before she mumbled with utmost sincerity. May the goddess Anastasia bless and accept your relationship, may she watch over you and bless both of you with eternal happiness. All of us present there silently watched her as she mumbled those words twice more. What happened? Ashlyn asked, looking around at all of us. Who is goddess Anastasia? Aliyah asked as she glanced at Ashlyn. You don't know? Ashlyn asked. I don't know either. Oliver replied, looking at her. Ashlyn then looked at Amr and Miley as they both also shook their heads. Let me tell you then, she said with a smile as we continued our walk, you guys do know when humanity was first born there were 5 primordial gods in heaven, right? All of us nodded our heads as it's basic knowledge. Goddess Anastasia is one of the primordial gods, she explained, her voice tinged with sadness as she continued, the goddess who was banished from heaven. Why? Miley asked, frowning her brows. Well, because she fell in love, Ashlyn replied as she smiled softly. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. And who is that? Aliyah asked as she arrived beside Ashlyn. It's not clear in the legends, but some say it's an angel whom she fell in love with and some say it's a mortal, Ashlyn replied, looking at her. So she was banished for falling in love? Amr asked. Yeah, Ashlyn replied, nodding, and it's said when she was banished, 2 tears of blood trickled down her eyes, tears which contain her light and darkness. The tears that can help lovers defy their fate, I mumbled, making them all focus on me, the tears of eternal love hub. The tears that can help lovers defy their fate, I mumbled, making them all focus on me, the tears of eternal love hub. What's that? Oliver asked, glancing at me. Dumul hub. In the legend, it's a golden liquid that symbolizes eternal love, I replied, looking at them, my tone mimicking the tone of the girl who told me this. It's a liquid that can bind two lovers for eternity. How does that work? Amor asked, looking at me curiously. It's said that when two lovers bathe in the golden liquid, it changes their body, soul, fate and destiny. So they could be a perfect match for each other, I replied, looking at Ashlyn. Bathing in it can nourish the body, replenish the life source, regenerate lost limbs, and make the most broken body into the most perfect body, Ashlyn continued from where I left off. But it only works when two people bathe in it, binding them with each other forever. That sounds so romantic, Alia mumbled as she stole a quick glance at Oliver. There is also a legend about her shrine, Ashlyn said, making all of us look at her. It's said that if one can find her shrine, they can ask the priestess there to tell you about your destined lover. And whoever finds the shrine will also find a lover who will go to any lengths for them, I mumbled, recalling those words. Do you know this from the game? No, when I was a child. Christina used to tell me about this. Anyway, those are myths, so don't take them seriously, I said out loud, looking at them. But if two lovers bathe in that liquid, they will only love each other? Olive mumbled, rubbing his chin. The closer they are to each other, the deeper they will fall for each other, I replied, glancing at him. I hope that answers your question. Then it's not for you, as, Olive replied with a grin. A fucker like you would never settle for one girl. Shut it, I replied as I slapped his chest again. Argh. Now it's confirmed you have a thing for my tits, he grimaced in pain, glaring at me. But what happened to that angel or mortal? Amor asked curiously, looking at Ashlyn. It's said that an army of angels was sent to capture him, Ashlyn replied with a thoughtful expression, but it's not clear. He was either executed or sealed for the end of time. Huh? That's harsh, Amor mumbled, clicking his tongue. How do you even know all this? Oliver asked, rubbing his chest. My mother used to tell me when I was a child, Ashlyn replied with a sad smile on her face. We are going to the girls' dormitory. Grabbing both Ashlyn and Alia's hands, Miley said, Bye, idiots. So, what's the plan now? Oliver asked as he looked at Miley walking away, still rubbing his chest. Stop rubbing your chest, you look like a perverted uncle, I replied as I walked towards the boys' dormitory, and I am going to my room. But before that, I looked back at Oliver. And yeah, there are female minotaurs as well, I was just bullshitting with you. Fuck, I knew it, I shouldn't have trusted you, he swore, but I just ignored him. It didn't take me long to arrive at the 5-floor building, which was big enough to house thousands of students. Walking in, I moved towards the elevator before entering it. As soon as I entered, I leaned on the elevator wall as it took me towards the 3rd floor. You look tired. I am tired, buddy. A lot happened today, huh? Yeah, a lot happened. And from tomorrow onwards, a lot will happen again because my grinding will start. With a ding, the door opened up as I walked towards my room, which was already assigned to me by Daphne. Walking through the corridor, I arrived at my room, which was room number 13. But my eyes quickly fell on the box that was placed at the side of the room. Ah, right, the life meter, I mumbled as I picked up the box and walked into my room by swiping my room card. The room was simple, without much decoration, but I didn't look around much as I walked towards the bed and took a seat. Let's see how long I will live, I mumbled as I tore open the box and took out the object inside. It was a digital device with a plastic body and a needle at the end, with a pattern made on its surface. It's a rune, yeah, non-combat runes are uncommon but not rare, I replied as I touched the runic pattern. Without much delay, I turned the device on and pricked my finger with the needle until blood gushed out, soaking into the runes. Beep. Beep. It let out 2 beeping sounds before the numbers on the display started to change. Man, I am more nervous than you, ha ha ha, don't be, I replied with a smile as the numbers on the display stopped. 963. 9 years, 6 months, and 3 days, I mumbled as I lay on the bed before I took out my earphones. You don't seem very concerned about it. I wasn't expecting much from the start, I mumbled as I plugged in the earphones into my phone. You never told me, Azariah, why do you only have 9 years to live? Well, my life source is broken, I replied as I played the song of the singer Echo. What? Yeah, I only have a third of my life source, I replied nonchalantly as I closed my eyes, listening to her song. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you shouting now? I grumbled as I stopped the music. Do you even understand what kind of situation you are in? Kinda. Do you even know what a life source is? It's a source that every living being has in their body that keeps them alive. I am not fucking asking that. Then what? Life source is the base of your life. No matter how much you extend your life from ranking up, your base will always be damaged. So what? So what? So what? Azariah, the moment you hit the 9-year mark, then no matter how powerful or how your rank is, you will be no different than a person on their deathbed. Okay. You already knew that, didn't you? I am Esma's son. These are basic knowledge for me. Then why are you like this? Because living after 9 years is my least of my worries now. You don't know the future, but I do. How did this happen, Azariah? How did you damage your life source? Well, you know I was kidnapped and tortured. Stop lying to me, Azariah. Both of us know a life source can't be damaged with external force. I didn't reply but just looked blankly at the white ceiling. It's kind of funny how I like to stare at the ceiling. I lifted my left hand above my head as I lay on the bed. And my eyes instinctively fell on the engagement ring. You know, a child's love is the most innocent love, I mumbled as I looked at the ring on my hand. And the most stupid love as well. Hic. In a park filled with lush greenery, a young boy with tousled brown hair sat on a bench, his back hunched over, his shoulders trembling with silent sobs. Tears streamed down his cheeks, glistening in the soft sunlight that filtered through the leaves above. Happy birthday, my son, happy birthday Tilda. A small fairy-like creature circled around his head, chirping a melodious tone. But even then, the boy remained lost in his sorrow. Even though his mother was beside him, he couldn't feel the love of his mother. She had turned into a fairy who only knew how to smile, with a mental age of 5. She couldn't understand what her child was going through. All she could do was try to cheer him up. I want ... my family ... back. He wept between his sobs as he rubbed his face with his palm. Had the tragedy not happened to his family? Had they not been executed? The child could have lived a normal life with the second highest status within the empire. Ashley Heimdall could have been the next duke. But now, it didn't matter. Because everything was already lost. Why are you crying? A soothing voice brought the boy back to reality as he looked up in front of him. With her hair in shades of blue cascading down her shoulders, she stood gracefully, her eyes a light shade of blue as they looked at the boy curiously. Why are you crying? She asked again, tilting her head. I'm not. The boy sniffled as he rubbed his eyes. Can I sit here? She asked, pointing at the bench. Why yeah. The boy replied, nodding his head, shifting slightly to give her enough space to sit. Hello. As soon as the girl sat down, the fairy bowed towards her. Please take care of my son. Okay. Flustered, the girl replied, returning the bow. The fairy smiled back at her as she roamed around the boy's head. So, are you going to tell me why you're crying or not? The girl asked once again as she looked at the boy. No. He replied, shaking his head. Fine. What's your name then? She inquired, her blue eyes staring at him. Asher Ethan. Age? 12. The boy replied, looking back at her. You know Ethan ... I know a boy. The girl replied, her right hand instinctively touching the ring on her left hand's index finger. He is a year younger than you, but I have never seen him cry even once. Ethan silently glanced at the girl, who looked at her ring with a small smile on her face. You know, once he disappeared all of a sudden. I didn't see him for a few months. And when I saw him, he didn't say anything but just smiled at me. The girl's hand moved towards her neck as she touched the necklace she was wearing. Even though he was in pain, he didn't cry, but smiled. Then the girl looked at the boy, who was staring at her. If you look at it that way, he is better than you. Don't compare him with me, he interrupted, glaring at her. I don't know him, so don't compare. Fine. With a sigh, the girl replied as she looked around. What do you think, hesitating, he asked, his gaze on his hands, I should do to my enemies? You have enemies? She asked in surprise. I am just asking, he replied, shaking his head. It depends. What did that enemy do to you? The girl replied with a thoughtful expression. They took everything from me, he replied, his voice trailing off at the end. Then take everything away from them as well, the girl replied, shrugging her shoulders. I mean, if someone tried to touch my beloved, I would have done it. I would have burned down the world for him. The boy turned silent as he took some time to think about what she said. His mind wandered back to the day he lost everything. How his parents died. How he lost his beloved sister. How he lost everything. You don't talk like someone your age, the boy remarked, glancing at the girl, coming out of his thoughts. She didn't look like she was more than 13, but the way she talked felt like she was more mature than that. Because I am smarter than someone my age, she replied without looking at him. You look like a noble. Why are you here? The boy asked, his gaze lingering on her beautiful yet expensive dress. Someone told me I could find an artifact which can help with mana exhaustion, the girl grumbled as she stomped her feet. And they lied. Why would you need that? Frowning, the boy asked. The girl didn't reply. Instead, she touched the necklace she was wearing. What do you think I am sorry for making you love me means? The girl asked, her hand playing with her necklace. Why are you asking that? He asked, glancing at her. When I last saw him, he told me that, she replied, her gaze blankly looking at her left hand. Why do you keep talking about him? He grumbled, looking at her. The girl glanced at him before, with a tired sigh, she stood up, muttering, I keep forgetting not everyone is considerate like him. Looking at the boy, she extended her hand. What? He asked. It's your birthday, right? She asked with a small smile, glancing at the fairy. Let me treat you with my favorite choco chips ice cream. Ethan hesitated for a while before eventually he extended his hand as well. What's your name? He asked as he took her hand. Christina. Beep. Beep. Arg. My eyes fluttered open as a soft groan escaped my mouth, the sound of the alarm filling my ears. Reaching out for the alarm, I closed it before gently rising from the bed. Yeah. Academy, I let out a tired sigh as I mumbled before getting out of bed and onto my feet. The dim light of the dormitory room was just enough for me to walk towards the kitchen to make a cup of coffee for myself. Sidilla, how was your first day, Ethan? Sidilla, and just as I started to prepare the coffee, a voice resonated in my head. It was. Okay? I replied with a hint of uncertainty as I continued my work. It wasn't the first time I heard the voice in my head. It had been guiding me and telling me things about this world since the day I awakened my bloodline. Sidilla, did you meet him? Sidilla, I halted my work as I heard him, and the disgusting face of that woman's son came to my mind. Yeah. I saw him, I replied as I continued my work, trying to contain my emotions. Sidilla, how is he? Sidilla, like I thought he would be, I replied, clenching my fist. Rude, arrogant, merciless, and cruel for no reason, just like his mother. Filling the cup with coffee, I walked towards the window, opening it and letting the cold morning wind wash over my face. Even then, for some reason, my fiancé tilde copyright E likes him, I grumbled as I drank the coffee. Sadilla Asher is already dead. You're Ethan, and she was Asher's fiancé tilde copyright E, not yours Sadilla, but still, she is Mina. Sadilla I have already warned you, boy. Don't get close to a vessel. Only a madman can love a vessel Sadilla, she might be able to help me Weta. Sadilla do you know whenever a vessel loses control, they often try to kill the one they love the most Sadilla, I will still try to befriend her, I replied, drinking my coffee. Watching her with another man, especially with that woman's son. I won't allow it. My pride won't allow it. Talking about him, here he is, I mumbled as my gaze fell on the boy who was running while struggling for breath, his purple hair drenched in sweat as he circled around the building. What do you think will bring more despair to that woman, a dead son or a son living from the outside but dead from the inside? I asked, and without me knowing it, a small smile formed on my lips. Sadilla kill him if you can. His existence will only bring destruction to this world Sadilla, why do you say so? I asked as I watched him running. Sadilla he is that woman's deadliest weapon. The longer he lives, the sharper the weapon will become Sadilla. Still, aren't your words too much? I asked, feeling like he was putting the weak boy on a high pedestal. Sadilla had he not been that woman's son had he not been born from the death of millions he could have been the one. Sadilla. Again with this. When are you going to tell me what this one means? I asked, frowning, as Azariah stopped running. Sadilla. You will know it when you are ready Sadilla, whatever, I replied, my gaze still on Azariah. As if he noticed my gaze, he looked towards me. But first, I mumbled, as our gazes met, let's take everything away from him. What's that? Huff. Huff. Bitch looking at? Panting, I mumbled as my gaze met Ethan's, who was standing in front of the window. For a fleeting moment, both of our gazes locked, and I saw him parting his lips as if to say something, but I didn't catch what it was. What? Huff. Ever, I muttered, trying to control my breathing as I resumed running. My sore muscles ached, and I felt itching all over my body. Continue, where was I? I asked as Elle's words resonated in my mind. You were saying something about how you can turn the main heroine into a villainess. Yeah, as I was saying, the easiest to turn into a villainess is Christina, then it's Arianel, and lastly, it's Ashlyn, I replied as I took a turn, completing the 6th round of the academy. How does this even work? Well, in the game, it was a simple mechanism. The least interaction the protagonist has with someone, the higher the chance they have to become a villainess, I explained as I continued to run. And why are you choosing the girl who has the least chance? Huff. Huff. I didn't reply as I slowly made my way back towards the training ground. Anyway, what's with this protagonist guy? Ethan? A fucker with op abilities, that sums him up perfectly, I replied. He already awakened his bloodline when he was 9, has a blessing, will get a fucking crown at the 6-month mark from now, and has a god watching over him. And he will go against you. He will try to take everything away from me, I said as I slowed down. Starting from the ones who love me. And you aren't going to do anything? What do you want me to do? I asked as I glanced at my engagement ring. Let them love me and then watch them die? I can't risk their lives for my own happiness. I can't throw them into the pits of hell just so I can live happily for a while. You can always protect Thema. Look at me, Elle, I grumbled, interjecting him. What can I do? With a broken mind, a broken body, a broken soul, and a broken life source, how can I protect them? I am nothing but a curse that takes the life of anyone who loves me. Yeah, I forgot how broken you are, apostrophe. Is that sarcasm? I asked as I arrived at the training ground. And mind your language, motherfucker. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 85, Indus Seftis, 15, age, 15. Rank, 2nd Primeval, 94%, Strength, 16. Reflex, 20. Intelligence, 38. Mental Strength, 23. 45, Charm, 15. Average limit for 2nd Primeval is 20, while the maximum one could reach with the help of blessings or bloodline is 40, Bloodline, Unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's Blessing. Nifl, Ma spell. Passive status, runic body / weakened / stressed. I'm just glad I don't have an existential crisis or split personality, I thought as I looked at my names. Do you remember memories from your past life? Not much. Most of my memories are game related. But I have a feeling other memories will come back eventually, but right now Azariah's feelings are the dominant ones. And what will happen when both your memories will merge? Nothing much. Both of us are batshit crazy, I replied. Remember, I killed my own family. And that girl as well. And you never told me who that girl was to you. Huff. Huff. As I walked through the open training ground, my eyes instinctively fell on the woman sitting in the spectators area with a cigarette in her hand. With her mahogany-colored hair tied in a ponytail, she sat wearing a black tracksuit, smoking carelessly. Changing my direction, I walked towards her as her gaze landed on me. 2 hours and 30 minutes, she mumbled, her gaze on her wristwatch. Huff. Huff. Arg. Instead of replying, I sat down on the ground, trying to take deep breaths as a groan left my mouth. Your stamina is pathetic, she commented, looking down at me while throwing a water bottle towards me. Gulp. Gulp. Catching the water bottle, I gulped down the whole thing, quenching my thirst. She stood up from her seat and walked towards a training table with loads of weapons. What type of weapons can you use? She asked as she lined up all the weapons. I know the basics for most weapons, I replied as she halted her work before glancing back at me. You used your blessing yesterday. When did you awaken that? She asked as she arranged the weapons like swords, spears, knives, and blades neatly. Since the day I was born, I replied as I gulped the water. Balm. Would you stop saying bullshit? She slammed her hand on the desk, making me flinch as she growled at me. Even the best genius in all humanity awakened when he was 5. 5. What are you going to say next, that you can use more than one energy? I can though, I replied as her glare intensified. Extending my hand, I closed my eyes as I willed for the source of my life to course through my hand. As I felt a tingling sensation on my hand, I opened my eyes only to notice a murky and viscous green energy covering it. Rouge, Lauren mumbled, her gaze fixed on my hand. See? I shook my hand to disperse the energy, looking at her. We will train with it as well then, she replied, shaking her head with a sigh. No, I replied firmly. Why? I don't want to. What are you afraid of? She asked, frowning. It only consumes a little life energy, and even that can be replenished with enough time. How much time? For 1 month's loss, it will take 2 years to refill, she explained, tilting her head in confusion. You can fight for 15 minutes with someone of same level as you. Yeah, no, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Is your life that important to you? She asked, glaring at me. That you can't even spare a little of it? Think what you want, I replied, choosing not to explain further. I mean, if I started to use Rouge, my already short life would only become shorter. Fine, save your life all you want, I don't care. She mocked as she picked up something from the table, throwing at me. What's this? I asked as I catch the object that looked like a wristband. Something that will make sure I don't kill you unintentionally. she replied, urging me to wear it. I did as she told me as I wore it before I flicked the switch at the center of it. ZZMMMMM, and just as I did I felt a crinkling sensation on my upper body as a blue color force field covered my body from my forehead and down my back. Pick up your weapon, she said, and it didn't take me long to take out my hammer. What? I asked as she looked at me weirdly. From the table. Ah, okay. I replied as I walked towards the table and picking up a elvish long blade. Ready? She asked as she stood there carelessly. Yeah. I replied as I clenched the long blade and the hammer tightly. Then come at me. Lauren Ewing hated Azariah Noah Algina. Her loathing for Azariah was palpable, and she had every justifiable reason to despise him. The boy who had taken everything from her, her parents, her brother, her statues, everything. Lauren could never forget the day when she had begged him to save her family, only to be met with silence. He hadn't lifted a finger to help them while he could have saved them just by sacrificing her. But what Lauren hated the most was his uncaring attitude. She couldn't see the guilt and remorse in his eyes that she so desperately wanted to see after he had destroyed a loving familiar, her family. His demeanor suggested that he believed he had done something noble by sparing her life. The way he talked, the way he acted, it all pointed to his arrogance. And Lauren hated him for it. So, when the boy first approached her, expressing a desire to train under her, Lauren's initial reaction was one of twisted joy. She felt a sick sense of satisfaction thinking about all the things she could do to him in the name of training. She relished the thought of watching him cry out in agony, his blood staining the ground, bones shattered. She wanted to see him scream in pain, to beg for mercy as she had once done. She wanted him to suffer as she had suffered. And then she realized. She was becoming what she hated the most. Someone who finds happiness in others' misery. Wait. Can I use mana? And I am not using Rouch, okay? Lauren shifted her gaze towards Azariah. Coward, she thought. And once again, she was reminded of what happened earlier, how he firmly refused to use Rouch. That alone showed how selfish he is, how he only values his own life but has no regard for others' lives. Do you think you stand a chance if you don't use at least mana? She growled, looking at him as though he were an idiot. And when you're learning to fight someone of a higher rank than you, use whatever you can. Why higher rank? He asked, frowning. Because everyone in the academy is stronger than you, she replied, glaring at him. Now come. Swish. Without another word, he propelled himself forward, running toward her. As soon as she was in his sights, Azariah swung the long blade forward, aiming for her guts. When fighting someone of a higher level than you, don't go for direct confrontation, Lauren muttered, shifting her body slightly to dodge his attack by a hair's breadth. They can see your moves easily. Ugh. ZZMMMMM, clenching her fist, she delivered a swift punch to his face, causing the force field on his face to turn red as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Huff. Huff. If it hadn't been for the force field, his face would have been broken beyond recovery. Get up, Azariah. Her cold and devoid voice filled his ears as he slowly stood up from the ground. This time, instead of rushing towards her, he cautiously walked towards her, his blade aimed forward. Hup. With the distance between them only a meter apart, he threw his hammer with full force, his left hand glowing in shades of silver. Swish. As the hammer approached her chest, Lauren spun her body. Just as she stopped, Azariah arrived beside her, his blade high as he swung it down with full force, his hand glowing with a silver hue. What's that silver glow? She wondered but kept her thoughts to herself. Excellent speed, she remarked, but you are wide open for an underhand attack. She then leaned her body backward, making him miss his mark before she kicked him in his solar plexus. Uck. ZZMMMMM, a choked groan escaped Azariah's mouth as he staggered backward, the force field around his plexus turning bright red, absorbing and dispersing most of the force. When fighting someone higher than you, don't hesitate to aim for their weaknesses, Lauren muttered as Azariah staggered to his feet. be it their eyes, ears, mouth, nose, knees, or groin. Attack without hesitation if necessary. What if? Ugh. She is a female. Groaning, he asked as he stood up. I can't attack them in their sensitive area, can I? What a sick joke, she thought, looking at him in disgust. If she hadn't heard rumors about Hema, about how he treats girls, how he doesn't value the lives of his mates, she might have thought otherwise. But in her eyes, his question sounded like mockery. And instead of replying, she took a step forward as Azariah retreated towards the weapon table. Swish. He once again thrust his blade forward, aiming at her neck, but this time Lauren just tilted her head before grabbing his hand and squeezing it tightly, causing him to loosen his grip on the blade. Never lose your weapon in a fight, Lauren said as she grabbed the hilt of the blade and aimed it at Azariah. Swish. Azariah dodged, turned, and did a flip over the table, landing perfectly before grabbing another blade. Don't make useless moves, Lauren complained as Azariah parried the blade she threw at him casually. Ugh. But even her casual attack was too much, as he groaned in pain from the force behind her attack, grabbing his injured shoulder. ZZMMMMM, and you died, she whispered, her blade stopping inches away from his nape. Look down, he grinned. She did, and the blade in his hand nearly touched her guts. When did he do that? She wondered, her gaze firm as she looked back at him. Is this your mentality? She asked, glaring at him. Sacrificing yourself so you can take me down with you? Instead of replying, he lowered his weapon. You think sacrificing yourself will do anything good? ZZMMMMM, hitting his head with the hilt of the blade, she complained, the force field changing from blue to red in her rhythm. What's the point of dying when you can't be certain what will happen after that? Azariah just looked at her without replying. Until Lauren's words hit her back. She was doing the same that day. Sacrificing herself. Take a rest for a while, Lauren instructed with a sigh as she retrieved her weapon and walked back. Azariah deactivated the force field around him as he leaned on the table to catch his breath. You are. Huff. Huff. A lot more lenient than I thought, Azariah mumbled as he took deep breaths. Don't say anything to provoke me. I am already trying my best to suppress my emotions, Lauren replied as she took out another cigarette and lit it up. I knew you wouldn't do anything, Azariah mumbled to himself, and fortunately Lauren didn't hear his words. Your left hand, Lauren said, looking at his hand. What happened to it? I lost it once, Azariah mumbled in reply as he touched his still injured left shoulder. For a week, it was amputated. Why? Out of curiosity, she asked. As a punishment. For what? For asking to be loved. Don't ask for that, she replied, wondering why she was saying this. Monsters don't deserve love. Azariah fell silent after that, and Lauren didn't ask anything more. We still have 2 hours before the classes starts. Lauren Ewing hated Azariah Noah. Let's see how long you can survive. But she also wants to see what the weak boy can do. And as you can see in the hologram, the heart is the place where the sensitivity of mana is the most. A man in his mid-30s stood in front of the teacher's desk within the classroom, pointing at the heart of a human body made of hologram. As I stated earlier, mana and blood are closely related. It's your blood that mana gets attached to, flowing throughout your body, making it stronger and healthier, giving us a longer lifespan. Running his hand through his light green hair, he continued, his green eyes scanning the students. You geese might have noticed it as well. Those who are at a higher primeval rank always have somewhat youthful appearances. How does that even work? Ashlyn, sitting beside me, raised her hand and asked, I mean, for ranking up, what's the criteria for it? It's simple, you feel it. He replied as he walked aimlessly in the class. Suppose you are in second primeval, and when you reach the peak of that rank, you will feel mana filling your body to the brim. But after you rank up and your body reaches the third primeval, you will once again notice your mana increasing. Professor Julian, if it's that easy to rank up, then why don't I see commoners in higher ranks? A student sitting at the front seat asked. That's where bloodline comes into play, boy, he replied with a light chuckle. The higher and purer the bloodline is, the higher one ranks up. So, is there a ranking system for bloodlines? Ethan, sitting at the front bench beside Oliver and Miley, asked. Excellent question, he replied before shaking his head. There used to be one, but not anymore because it caused nearly the end of humanity. How? One of the students asked. Well, it brought one of the darkest eras of humanity, the era of masters and slaves, he replied, his voice a little solemn. Where humans with higher bloodlines were treated as masters and lower ones as slaves. How is that a bad thing? Asked a chubby student at the front seat. Racist, I can see that. Rebels, death, betrayal, chaos, they were common things at that time, isn't that a bad thing? Julian replied, glaring at him. Had it not been for the savior Moshel sent by the gods, humans would have perished because of their own stupidity. So, can we say all bloodlines have limits, right? Oliver asked, acting like a good student. I swear one day both the simping brothers will go far too low to impress Miley, I grumbled in my thoughts before focusing back on him. Yes, except for the Forsaken families, he replied, nodding his head. Forsaken families? One of the students asked. Yes, families that are forsaken by the gods, he replied without explaining anything else. No, he just doesn't want to talk about them. You know about them? Apostrophe. Arianel's mother is from one of those families. You mean the Empress? She is a princess, right? No, I mean Arianel's mother, not the Empress. Anyway, there are things that we can't fully understand or explain, like why elves have long ears, why vampires like to drink blood, or why werewolves have stronger bodies. Things related to bloodlines also fall into this category. Saying so, he strolled back towards the teacher's desk, letting the students have a break. But aren't those racial traits? One of the students asked, raising her hand. Then let me give you another example. Ever heard of Child of Mana? He asked, looking around and observing the faces of the students. When a child is born with such immense potential that the mana of the whole world resonates with the rhythm of their heart for a whole minute. The whole class took a gasp of awe at his words, marveling that something like this could happen. But it has only happened 8 times in all ages, with 7 of them being from other races and the last one occurring 15 years ago, most probably not a human as well. With a chuckle, he added as he started to pack his things. Are humans even good at anything? A student grumbled. Of course, we are. Look at the imperial family, for example, Julian replied, looking at the students. They are blessed by an archangel, blessed with being known as his child. The whole class turned silent as Julian's words sank in. But it also comes with a solemn responsibility, he added, to guard and protect the resting place of our savior Moshel from those who want to obtain his body. Someone whom the gods buried themselves, huh? Ring. In the next class, we will talk about how one can use mana for attack and defense purposes. Saying that, the professor walked out of the class. Azariah, 15 years ago weren't you born a dot? Nope, it isn't me. Are you sure? Apostrophe ... kinda, because I have someone in my mind who could be it. She is one of Christina's friends. How many people is your fiancé friends with? What can I say? She is way too charismatic to ignore. That was tiring, I mumbled as I stretched my body. Yawn, I yawned, stretching my hands upwards. Place your hand on your mouth when you are yawning. Ashlyn placed her hand over my mouth, causing weird sounds to leave my mouth. Yeah, I replied as I stood up from my seat. It's been 5 days since I started my training with Lauren, and I can already see myself growing stronger. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 85, Indus Eftis, 15, age, 15 rank, 2nd primeval, 99%, strength, 18 reflex, 20 intelligence, 38 mental strength, 25 45, charm, 17. Average limit for second primeval is 20, while the maximum one could reach with the help of blessings or bloodline is 40. Bloodline, unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's blessing. Knife, Ma spell. Passive status, runic body / weakened / stressed / sleep deprived. Runic body is a fucking cheat. Not even a month has passed, and I am close to being at the average level of the first year students. At the rate I am growing, I might be able to protect myself if Ashlyn died prematurely. I thought as I looked at the girl who was packing her things. Kaya. She squealed softly as the backpack she was holding fell from her clumsy hands. As she got down to pick up the bag and book, I took out my phone. Azariah, don't take photos, she asked, looking at me pleadingly. Oh, don't worry. I am not taking photos, I replied, smiling at her. I am making a video. With teary eyes, she looked at me, pouting her cheeks like a squirrel as I captured that in the video. Sweet, I mumbled with a grin as I looked back at my status screen. After looking twice, only then did I notice one particular thing. My charm, it's increasing way too fast. What's even the average for this? I thought as I took a turn and walked towards Oliver. Hey Ollie, I called him as he looked back at me. See a dot. Show, he interrupted, making me halt. Do you really want to see? I asked, narrowing my eyes. I've already seen it, he replied with a muffled laugh, glancing between my legs. How was it? I asked with a grin as his face darkened. What are you guys talking about? Miley chimed in, looking at Oliver. Nothing. What were you asking? He questioned, looking at me. Do you think I look more handsome than before? I asked, running my fingers through my chin while clenching my jaw. Nah, you look ugly as shit, he replied, glaring at me. Be serious, fucker, I grumbled as Ashlyn arrived beside me. Ask when senior sister-in-law will come, he replied, waving his hand. Senior sister-in-law? Ethan chimed in, looking at Oliver with curiosity. Christina, I replied, and his face immediately turned glum. Why does he always react that way? Christina is his first crush. They used to meet in a park a few times, and she helped him when he was at his lowest. Wait, then there should be a junior sister-in-law as well, right? Ashlyn asked as she looked at me. There is. Her name Isa. Don't say their name, I interjected, glaring at Oliver, unless you want to lose your tongue. Nah? Ashlyn asked again, her curiosity increasing. Let's go, I said, ignoring her words as I turned towards the exit. We have some weapons to select. And experience some drama as well. Damn, they really went all out in this, Olive mumbled as we walked together into the open-roofed hall, filled with hundreds of benches displaying various weapons. Swords, spears, axes. All types of weapons. I observed as our class entered the hall with excitement. Azariah, what weapon are you choosing? Ashlyn asked, her eyes glowing with excitement. Hammer, I replied, shrugging. You? That's the best you can think of? Miley asked, with a hint of disgust, walking beside Ashlyn. That's the weapon of brave people, idiot, and I never asked for your opinion, I retorted, giving her an annoyed look. Only stupid and cowardly people use a hammer as a weapon, she rebuked, her face flushed with anger. And guess what? You are both. Please don't say these types of things to him. Ashlyn stood between me and Miley, interjecting and looking at her. What? You don't even know what type of beast he is, Miley sneered, glaring at me. Why are you even trying to get close to Ashlyn, huh? Shut up, idiot, I retorted. Tell me, Azariah, she hissed, coming closer to me. What do you plan to do to her? Make her your bed warmer? Or do you plan to make her your maid? Idiotic leecher. I didn't reply. Instead, I looked at Ashlyn, who had a disturbed look on her face. Then, I put my hand on my bracelet as I took out my hammer from it, my gaze unwavering as I looked back at her. Once again, she was trying to interfere with me, even though she's the person I've put in the least effort to hate me. As Oliver grabbed me by my shoulders, making me look at him. What? Leave it. I'm not doing anything, just showing her that a hammer is a great weapon, I replied innocently. What does that mean? Miley frowned, asking. Nothing, bro, leave it. Oliver shook his head at Miley, then turned to me. Yes, Azariah, please don't fight between friends, Ashlyn also pleaded, albeit averting her gaze from me. Fine, I replied, putting my hammer back. Anyway, come here. Oliver placed his hand over my shoulder and led me a little further away. What do you want now? I grumbled as we walked. You know I bought a new bike, he said, grinning widely. Seriously? Yeah. When did you even learn how to ride? I've known both of twins since I was a child, and both brothers are afraid of riding a bike. Even I, who is a year younger than them, know how to ride properly. Shut up. It's not like all of us are lucky enough to have a beautiful girl helping us learn, he replied, glaring at me, which tightened his grip on my neck. Yeah, right. Christina was the one who taught me how to ride a cycle, and Adelia taught me how to ride a bike. And Adelia was the worst kind of person to teach you anything. I still remember how she used to slap me even at the slightest mistake. I even got my finger crushed by her because I made a mistake. As Oliver asked, making me look at him. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, I replied with a slight smile, ignoring the cold sweat pouring down my back. Are you really? You don't look it to me. Yeah, just some bad memories, I replied as I took out my phone. What are you doing? He asked, glancing at the phone as well. Buying a bike, I replied as I looked at the latest model that I could find online. Wait, how? I had to beg my father just so I could have one, he said, looking confused. I have millions in my bank account, I simply replied as I bought the bike of my liking. Your mother is spoiling you, he grumbled with an envious look. I wish that was true, I mumbled with a tired sigh. She isn't spoiling me, she's just giving me everything I need just to take everything I have. Anyway, how many love letters did you get till now? He asked, grinning. 0. Ha, noob, I got 5. Stop lying. Slap. He interjected, slapping letters on my face. Fucker had to do it. Closing my eyes, I thought before I looked at his stupid grinning face. They are from the girls from Viscount or Baron families, right? How do you know? Yeah, you are dumb to think they even like you. That's Persona. What's that fucker doing? I interjected, glancing towards Ashlyn as she stood with a pouting Miley and Ethan, who was talking with them. Who? Ethan? Oliver asked, looking at them as well. Let him be, he isn't a bad guy. The fuck do you know about him? I growled at him as I started to walk towards them. They are here, Olive mumbled seriously as he removed his hand from my shoulder. I also looked where he was looking. And leading the other two classes were the class teachers of the 3 sections, Lauren, Daphne, and Julian. And right behind them were the leaders of sections A and B. With Arianel and Shima leading section A, and Lucas and Keegan leading section B. And right behind them were the second strongest in their class, Ama and Alia from section B. Here he is, Archie's wannabe shadow, Oliver mumbled as he looked at the tall, dark-skinned boy with dark blonde hair walking confidently behind Arianel and Shima. Tristan Hampton, son of the Empire's Special Units leader, and Prince Archie's wannabe shadow. Little Nad. Whoa, bro, Oliver interjected before I could complete my words. Little nut job is a pain in the ass. Och, that he is. Yeah. I still don't understand why he chose Archie to serve instead of the 2 princesses, Olive mumbled, frowning as he looked at them. Gay? I asked. Gay, he affirmed. Gay, we both said in unison, nodding our heads. Any chances of you defeating Ariel? I asked, folding my arms and looking at the white-haired girl. Don't joke around. Both Ariel and Shyamla are already at 4th primeval, and your big brother here is only at 3rd primeval, Oliver grumbled with a tired sigh. Same for Keegan, Lucas, and Tristan. They're all just a step away from reaching 4th primeval, I added, thinking about them. They're all the best in the Empire and are even acting like the leaders of the classes. Both Ariel and Shyamla are around the same rank, with Shyamla having an edge because of the crown. We can't win the half-yearly exam for sure, Olive mumbled, and I just looked at them. Yeah. The stronger they are, the better, because at the half-yearly exams, we will be attacked from 3 sides simultaneously and whoever is the closest to me will die. And I'm glad no one is close to me now. All I need to do is make sure Ashlyn will be there to protect me with her life if needed. Again, are you really going to risk her life for your own sake? Yeah, sighing, I moved towards the table with weapons. She has a younger sister, remember? Don't try to guilt trip me, Elle. I'm not a good guy, I replied. And I've already killed innocent people before. You sacrificed for her as well, didn't you? Then why is she getting different treatment? Remember when you once asked why I choose her, with whom I had the least chance of success? Yeah, because she's the one I can be sure of that I won't fall in love with. And if I were to choose either Christina or Ariel, I'm sure to fall for them. You're afraid? Why yeah, I'm afraid. Afraid of losing someone I love. Again. What can I do for you, sir? As I arrived in front of a table, the male staff handling the weapons asked with a slight bow. Give me the best hammer you have here, I replied as I looked at the weapons on display. Sir, but we only have axes here, he responded with an awkward smile. There is no hammer then? I asked after a brief pause. We do have a war hammer, he replied. And what do you want me to do with that? Swing it around my head? I questioned, glaring at him. Bro, they don't have small hammers. Why are you trying to find them? Oliver grumbled as he looked at the swords displayed on another table. Can't you do anything about this? I asked, turning back to the staff member. I want a hammer. It suits me perfectly. We do have something, but nobody uses it, he replied after thinking for a while. Why? I asked, frowning. Well, because it's hard to use, sir, he replied again with an awkward smile. Show me, I ordered, and he nodded before moving backwards. You found anything? I asked, looking at Oliver. I will go with a sword for now, he mumbled as he picked up a medium-sized sword. Professor Lauren will be our weapon class teacher, right? Yeah, I nodded before I looked around the place. The entire hall was filled with students as they moved from one table to another to look at different weapons. Poor souls. They will die a dog's death. Stop being so negative. Yeah. As I looked around the place, my gaze fell on a group that stood out the most. Ollie. What? Oliver asked, and I gestured towards the group. There, the main cast stood together. Ethan, Miley, Ashlyn, Shyamla, Ariel, Keegan, Lucas, Tristan, Emma, and Aliyah. From the looks of it, Miley was introducing both Ethan and Ashlyn to the rest of the group. The whole bunch has assembled in one place, huh? Olive mumbled, rubbing his chin. Don't you want to go and meet them? I asked, my gaze still on the group. Will you? I don't deserve to be there. You were the one who bonded all of us, Azariah. Without you, it's just the empty shell of the past, he replied as he swung his sword. It was Christina, not me, I replied, shaking my head. I apologize, but bro, Christina was crazy back then. Remember how she tried to throw your little brother-in-law off the roof? He asked, and the memories of that day became clear in my mind. It wasn't her fault. And you are still defending her, he mocked, looking at me. Her mother died while giving birth. Her father was grieving, ignoring her, and all she knows is it all happened because of her brother, I explained, my voice just audible enough for him to hear. And that's why I am saying, if you were not present, if you didn't help her, she would have broken down. No, they would have broken down, he replied, his gaze on Shyamalan and Arianel who were talking with Ethan. You were a kid back then and you don't remember much. You are overthinking, I replied as I looked at the staff who came with a box. And Christina loves her brother now, so don't say anything bad about her. What about Ashlyn? When are you going to tell her, he asked, making me freeze in place. You remember? I asked softly. You almost died that day. I won't forget that even if I want to, he replied, looking deeply into my eyes. When are you going to tell her? He asked again. Never. We both remained silent for a while, not saying anything. You deserve happiness, he whispered, messing with my hair before walking away. No, I don't, I mumbled to myself with a sigh. This is the weapon, sir. Opening the box, he said with a wide smile, a weapon made from the softest metal in the world. Curiously, I looked at the weapon, which was pitch black with a small handle, on one side having a hammer head and on the other side, an axe head. It was light and very comfortable to touch, with the axe side as sharp as a weapon could possibly be. So, what's its specialty? I asked as I picked up the hammer that felt like a part of my body. It bounces, sir, he replied smiling. What? When you throw it and it touches a hard object, it will bounce back to you. It bounces? Like a ball? I asked with an absurd look on my face. Yes, sir. Are you an idiot? I growled at him, grabbing his collar. How the will I use it? How the fuck will I cut or hit anything if it just bounces back? It does cut, sir. You just need to exert proper force, and I already told you, sir, it's a hard weapon to use, he stammered, his eyes carrying a hint of fear. I pushed him back as I picked up the hammer and changed its face towards the axe side. What are you doing? I didn't reply. Instead, without any hesitation, I swung it at the table. Crack. And like butter, it cleaved through the table without any problem. So, it does cut, I mumbled with a smile. Ugh, my table. Ignoring the staff's cry, I walked a little further. Huff. I exhaled softly before I threw the weapon on the ground with little force. Swish. Whoa. And just like the staff told me, it bounced back from the ground, reaching half the distance I threw it from. Careful, you might cut a finger or two, I know. And like the staff said, it's a hard weapon to use. If I throw it with little force, it won't bounce back the needed height, or if I throw it with more force, it will bounce too much. I need to think about the exerting force, angle, distance and many more just so I can land a hit. But if I could use it properly, it will be an unpredictable weapon. It's a fun weapon. Azariah. I looked back as I heard a familiar voice. Yes, Lauren? I asked, looking at her. Professor Lauren. She glared at me, but I shrugged my shoulders. Come to the katana section after you are done with that, still glaring at me, she said, while glancing at my new weapon. Okay, I replied, nodding my head as she walked away. I should be able to use this weapon if I have a few months of training. The Emperor has decided about your engagement, Azariah. I halted my movement as I heard a disgusting voice. I looked back only to find a dark-skinned boy with dark blonde hair looking at me while grinning. The Emperor has decided about your engagement, Azariah. I halted my movement as I heard a disgusting voice. I looked back only to find a dark-skinned boy with dark blonde hair looking at me while grinning. With a sword hung around his waist, he stood straight like a Prince Charming. Sure enough, I thought as I glanced around. Despite choosing a less crowded place to practice, there were scarcely any students nearby, like they were forcefully removed away from here. He made sure we were alone before approaching me. "And who the fuck are you?" I spat, twisting my body to look at him. "His messenger?" "I see, you still know how to use that nasty mouth of yours," he replied with a calm smile on his face. "And you still vanish in the dark, don't you?" With a smile, I jeered. His face stiffened as he glared at me, clenching his fist. But the outburst I expected didn't come as he took a deep breath to calm himself down. "You know, Azariah, I pity you," he said, looking at me while shaking his head. "TCH, how good a boy you were, and now look what you have become." "Your father?" I asked, tilting my head with a slight smile. "Wait, my son shouldn't be a monkey." "Wrong answer. Azariah," he growled as he took a step forward. "What do you want?" "Son?" I gloated, my smile turning into a grin. Instead of replying, he smiled brightly, and I immediately knew he was going to say some shit. "Hope you can keep this attitude of yours when Christina marries someone else," he said with a nasty grin on his face. I didn't reply. Instead, I just looked at him, folding my arms while being careful with the axe hammer. "You know, the Emperor made the decision to annul your engagement with her as soon as she comes back," he continued, his grin widening as he spoke. And I asked, tapping on my axe hammer. "And Prince Jonathan expressed his desire to marry her," he replied, his eyes showing clear mockery. "Archie?" I asked, raising my brow. "Azariah. Don't try to disgrace his name," he growled, pointing his finger at me. So, our handsome prince decided to show his true colors now? I scoffed, looking at him. "Christina is smart, she will understand how Prince Jonathan is 1,000 times better than you," he replied, his gaze mocking. "Yeah. She is smart enough to see that all Archie wants is the dukedom behind her, not her," I commented, shrugging my shoulders. "Oh. Don't pretend that you don't know how Prince Jonathan always liked her," he barked, glaring at me. "Does it matter?" I asked, smiling at him. "If she doesn't want to, Archie can't do shit about it." "Ah, Azariah, you still think she likes you?" He smiled widely, looking at me. "You think she will after what you did? After how you tried to force yourself on Arianel?" I give zero shit what you think, son," I replied, shrugging my shoulders. "I have better things to do. Lauren also called me before." "Don't worry, the teachers are not present here right now," he replied with a grin. "I still have better things to do," I replied as I walked past him. "Like what?" he asked, blocking my way. "Watching those close to you get taken away by other men?" I tightened my grip on my axe hammer as I looked at him. "Christina will marry the prince, Arianel will get married off for political power, Shyamalan Lucas's engagement is almost confirmed." Extending his fingers, he counted them. "And that girl, Ashlyn, right?" He looked back, and I followed his gaze as well. "I like her, so I will be the one taking her. Now, Azariah, what are you going to do?" With a bright smile, he asked. He is provoking you, I know, most probably because Archie told him to." "Why?" "It's widely known in the upper nobility that I can't use mana and that I don't have much strength, making me a weakling in their eyes. But here I am, using mana and winning against likes of Oliver. Of course, it's going to bring the attention of those at the top of the empire. And this fucker is just bait to see how powerful I am right now." They are wary of you?" "No. They are afraid another Esma will be born in their society. Someone they can't control by any means. Are you going to give in to the provocation?" "I am not stupid, I can't win against him, what's the point of fighting then?" "Oh, cat got your tongue or what?" he asked, waving his hand, "or are you thinking about your pathetic self?" "You know, Tristan," I said, smiling gently at him, "as long as they are happy, I don't have any problem with them marrying anyone else." Patting his shoulder and ignoring my own ache in my heart, I walked away from him. As long as they are safe, as long as they don't die. As long as they are happy. I don't want anything else. Pathetic loser, he spat, but I didn't look back at him. No one will be by your side. Thump thump. Huh? I halted my steps as I felt something amiss. Thump thump, thump thump. Azariah? Ha, ha. I gasped for breath, clutching my chest as I felt my heartbeat increasing at an abnormal rate. Thump thump, thump thump. Thump thump, thump thump. Are you all right? I panted heavily, trying my best to take some air in, but even breathing was hard for me. Arg. As if my heartache wasn't enough, my head also started to hurt, like a heavy rock was placed on it. What is happening? I thought, before I focused on my status screen. And I got my answer immediately. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 75, Indus Eftis, 25. Indus personality. Fuck. I croosed softly as Tristan came close to me. What, are you crying now? He said mockingly, looking at me. Go away from here. I whispered as I looked at him. No, what are you going to do? He said, grabbing me by my hair. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 65, Indus Eftis, 35. Slap. Slap. What are you going to do? Slapping my face twice, he asked. I said, go away. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 50, Indus Eftis, 50. Ah, I am so scared. What are you going to do, Azak ? Inda. Ha. I choked on my own breath as I heard a soft whisper. A voice that I thought I had forgotten. My vision blurred as I found myself in front of a girl with obsidian black hair and eyes. She smiled gently at me. Her hand intertwined with mine as we both sat in a room that felt familiar. If you're not there, then I can't call anyone mine, she said softly, looking at me. So, please don't leave my side for the rest of my life. And my vision blurred again. Sob. Sob. The next thing I heard was my own sobbing voice, my gaze downwards, my hands drenched with blood as I hugged her lifeless, cold body in my arms. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 25, Indus Eftis, 75. Thump thump. My vision cleared, my heartbeat returned to normal, and the headache subsided. It was a strange feeling, like nothing has changed, but at the same time I felt everything was different. Hey, Sipuk, I called him as I grabbed the hand with which he was holding my hair. What do you call it? Ever heard of a monkey with a broken face? I asked softly, looking at him. Swish. And before he could even reply, without hesitation I swung my hammer at his face. Clang. As Azariah swung his hammer, Tristan reacted swiftly, blocking it with his sword. The impact of the clash bounced his sword back, and he quickly created distance between them. You are the first to use a weapon, Azariah. Grinning, he said as he drew his sword out of its sheath. Azariah didn't reply as he looked around him. Only a few students were present, but it was clear from their gazes that they would not interfere. Oliver wasn't close to them, nor were the others who had the authority or guts to intervene. So, I can go all out, huh? Azariah mumbled, shifting his gaze towards Tristan. You have no idea how much I wanted to break that fucker. Ignoring his ranting, Azariah dashed towards him without hesitation. All he needed was to narrow the distance between them, unleashing the full potential of his new weapon. And knowing this full well, Tristan was ready. Clang. As Azariah's hammer swung once more, he parried it with his sword. You are weak, Tristan mumbled, feeling that the force behind Azariah's attack was weaker. Though they had only clashed twice, he felt he could easily defeat him. Without replying, Azariah swung his hammer, and Tristan dodged backwards to gain distance. Bracing his foot against the ground, he swung his sword diagonally, trying to catch Azariah off guard as his hammer was in his right hand. Tristan targeted his left flank. He grinned widely, thinking he had already won. Clang. But his smile vanished as Azariah threw his hammer on the ground at a weird angle. It bounced back, and the sound of metal clashing resonated, slowing his sword and giving Azariah enough time to dodge his attack by a hair's breadth. What? Tristan couldn't comprehend how the hammer bounced back and blocked his attack. For a fleeting moment, he thought Azariah had planned it, but he quickly dismissed it as a coincidence. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword again as Azariah picked up the hammer and swung it at him with full force, spinning his body around. Clang! Once again, the sound of metal clashing resonated as Tristan took a step back and tried to raise his sword again, slashing downwards. But his pupils dilated as Azariah once again threw his weapon on the ground and spun his body around, his sword breezing past Azariah. The handle of the hammer hit the ground before it bounced back at a precise angle, returning it to Azariah's hand with the axe side facing Tristan. Cut. Huff. Huff. Tristan's breathing turned ragged as he touched his neck, which had a small cut, blood gushing out from it. His eyes trembled as he looked at Azariah. Had he not thought fast enough and moved his head slightly, Azariah would have split his head from his body. "Are you mad?" he asked, his voice trembling with anger and fear. Learn to love yourself, Azariah mumbled to himself as he dashed towards him once again, because I won't let you break my heart again. Tristan's eyes glowed furiously, and without hesitation, he swung his sword horizontally, aiming at Azariah's ribs. But that was a mistake. Amun-Ra's blessing, Azariah mumbled as the sword came closer towards him. First form, Naxal. Whoosh! All the kinetic energy and the force behind the sword vanished into thin air as the sword halted in its place. Azariah used most of his mana he had just to stop this attack. And without any delay, Azariah grabbed Tristan's hand between his ribs and forearm. And crack! Ugh! He smashed his hammer on Tristan's elbow joint, shattering it completely. Then, he threw his hammer on the ground again, and as it bounced back, he aimed it at Tristan's jaw from below. With difficulty, Tristan leaned his head backward, avoiding the hammer, but Azariah grabbed his other hand as well and pulled him towards him. Bam! Ugh! Tristan screamed as Azariah head-butted him, breaking his nose. Bam! Bam! But Azariah didn't stop at once. He head-butted him twice more, making sure his nose would forever be disfigured. Tristan collapsed on the ground, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. Azariah glanced around. Many of the students were frozen in shock, looking at him. He nodded his head before he picked up the axe hammer and ugh! Blood gushed out of Tristan's wound, soaking his shirt as Azariah lodged the axe side of his hammer deep into his shoulder. His blood sprayed around, even brushing Azariah's cheeks. "Professor!" one of the students shouted, but Azariah completely ignored it. "The Emperor has decided, huh?" he mumbled as he cleaned Tristan's warm blood from his own face. "His decision means shit to me." Like a god's word, didn't mean anything to a non-believer. The words of someone who wasn't equal to his mother meant nothing to him. Huff. Huff. Coarse breath escaped from his clenched mouth as his body writhed and trembled. His mind was already on the verge of collapsing from the pain. "You know, in the name of mental endurance, I had gone through an experiment in which they used to first starve me and then make small cuts on my tongue before giving me spicy food to eat." With a maniacal smile, Azariah mumbled as he walked closer towards the kneeling Tristan, "I always wondered how it felt for someone who could actually taste." He then grabbed him by his face, making him look at him. "Show me your tongue, Tristan," he whispered with an innocent smile. Tristan's eyes trembled violently as Azariah grabbed his mouth with his left hand. Ugh! A muffled scream resonated in the air as Azariah took out the hammer from his shoulder. Huff. Huh. He huffed violently as Azariah brought his hammer close to his cheek. "If you aren't going to show your tongue," grabbing his lower jaw, he mumbled as he aimed the axe side of his hammer at his cheek, "then I will have to force you." Swish! But before he could swing his hammer, two streaks of pure white and black light glistened, slicing through the air. A pitch-black scythe on the front and a pure white sword at the back of his neck were already aimed. Drop the weapon, Azariah, Arianel said firmly, her sword aimed right at the back of his neck. How strong you have become, Az, Shimel mumbled as she glanced at the broken Tristan, her expression unreadable. Blood dripped down his neck as both the weapons were sharp enough to cut even with a small touch. A few more people ran towards them as they glared at Azariah. Whoa, whoa, junior sister-in-laws, calm down. Olive raised his hand as he tried to come closer to Azariah, who still had his axe aimed at Tristan. I will take your tongue as compensation if I ever hear you say that again, Oliver Polaral, Arianel sternly replied as she glared at him. Okay, but first, calm down all of you, Azariah, throw the weapon, Oliver pleaded, looking at him. What happened? Amor asked as he looked at him. Ashlyn also looked at him worriedly. The wound on his neck continued to bleed without stopping. But ignoring all of it, Azariah swung his hammer. Ugh! And almost instantly, a groan left his mouth as both Shimel and Arianel's weapons dug deeper into his neck. Ha ha ha! Azariah chuckled lightly, feeling his life source depleting and sucked out as their weapons touched his wound. Throwing his weapon, he looked back at the two girls as they still had their weapons aimed at him. All of you. Removing their weapons from his neck, he mumbled as walked away, stay the fuck away from me. Come on. Let's play. Under the shade of a tree, a little girl bounced up and down with excitement, her orchid-colored bob-cut hair dancing with her movements. Come on, Miley. Play with me, urged a little boy with raven-colored hair, displaying a rubber ball in his hand. Miley glanced at Hamer, then at the ball, hesitating for a moment before shaking her head. No, I want to play with Az. Hamer shot a glare at the boy sitting in the shade, dressed in a full shirt, his expression stern. Ha ha ha, laughed little Oliver, seated beside Azariah, pointing at Hamer. She won't play with you. My sister only plays with me, declared a boy with the same hair color as Miley, grabbing Miley's hand and attempting to pull her away. Let me go, Lucas. I don't want to play with you, Miley protested, struggling to break free from his grip. Oliver, Sayek, instructed a little girl with crimson-red hair, sitting beside Oliver and offering him some fruit. Oliver complied, opening his mouth to let Alia feed him. Here. A boy with blonde hair and matching eyes dashed toward them, his voice brimming with excitement making them look at him. Look at what my father gave me for my birthday, he exclaimed, extending his hand to reveal a brand new wooden sword, perfectly sized for his small frame. Why a sword, Keegan? Lucas inquired, releasing Miley's hand to pay attention. Because I want to become strong and beat him, Keegan replied, grinning as he pointed at Azariah. Good luck, Azariah responded with a slight smile, though it faltered at the end as he let out a small whimper. I don't need your good luck. I'll become Princess Arianel's knight after beating you, Keegan declared, glaring at the purple-haired boy. Hamer, Oliver called, shaking his head and rising from his spot. Understanding Oliver's intention, Hamer grinned mischievously as he looked at Keegan. Keegan, catch! Hamer shouted, tossing the ball he held toward Keegan while Oliver stealthily moved behind him. Before he could finish his question, the ball was already hurtling toward him, making Keegan to drop his sword and reach out with both hands to catch it. Kai-ah! With a yelp and a scream from the girls, Keegan's pants, along with his underwear, were swiftly pulled down by Oliver, causing the girls to close their eyes in embarrassment. Hee, small, Oliver remarked with a grin as he looked at Keegan's. Oliver! Keegan shouted as he pulled up his pants before dashing towards Oliver. Ha ha ha, shrimp! Laughing loudly, Oliver ran away with Keegan running behind him. Oliver, fruits! And like a mother trying to feed her naughty child, Alia ran behind him with fruits in her hand. Let's play! Miley exclaimed once again as she grabbed his hand. Arg! Azariah groaned in pain as Miley's finger touched his forearm. Huh? Are you all right? She asked, releasing his hand. I am fine, Azariah replied with a gentle smile as he tried to stand up. Let's play. No, Azariah will stay with me. But before he could move, a stern voice made him halt. Brother, Azariah mumbled as he looked at the handsome teenage boy with silver hair and beautiful red eyes. Shane Delestier looked at Azariah as he let out a tired sigh. But Big Brother Adot. Miley, I want to talk with him, please go, Shane interfered as he urged her to move. Okay, with a disappointed look, Miley replied as she ran away, and Amir and Lucas ran behind her. Azariah, Shane called him as he sat beside him. Show me your hand. Brother. Azariah, Shane sternly looked at him, making Azariah bring both his hands forward. Hiss. Azariah hissed in pain as Shane folded his sleeves, revealing Azariah's hand that was scratched until blood gushed out of it. Sigh. Sighing, Shane took out a first aid kit from his bracelet as he looked at Azariah. Why? He asked softly as he cleaned his wounds. I already told you, you don't need to take care of her. Hiss. But she was alone. As, Shyaml isn't a good girl, Shane replied softly. Look what she did to your hand when you tried to get close to her. Buta. Why are you so kind to her, he asked, looking into his eyes. Azariah remained silent, lowering his head. Is it because of what happened to Asher? Shane asked, making Azariah flinch. Azariah. Sighing, he gently touched his cheek, making Azariah look at him. What happened to Asher wasn't your fault. But it was my mother. You are not obligated to pay for what your mother did, Azariah. Shane shook his head, taking out a bandage. You don't have to feel guilty about it. But I just want to help her. And if you keep helping her like that, she will get used to it, Shane replied as he wrapped the bandage around his wounds. So? Azariah asked, tilting his head in confusion. So it's not right, Shane replied, shaking his head. What will she do when you're gone? I'm not going anywhere, leaving her, Azariah replied innocently, making Shane halt. And what if she wants you to leave her? Shane asked, resuming bandaging. Then I will watch over her from afar, he replied, making Shane chuckle. You do know she only sees you as Asher's substitute, right? Shane asked. And don't try to lie, I have heard her saying his name instead of yours when you are with her. It doesn't matter as long as she is happy, Azariah mumbled softly, making Shane click his tongue. Not even our parents think so much about her, Shane grumbled as he finished bandaging his hand. And I would have taken care of her myself if I didn't have to do all the things as the heir of my family. Why? Frowning, Azariah asked, why are they neglecting her? You will understand when you grow up, Shane replied, looking at him. It's selfish for me to ask, but please take care of her. Don't worry, I will take care of her, Azariah replied with an innocent smile. Remember, Azariah, Shane spoke softly. Being overly kind to others is a form of unkindness to yourself. Azariah nodded gently, even though he didn't fully understand Shane's words. Now go, Arianel and Shyaml are fighting, Shane said, ruffling Azariah's hair, prompting the boy to panic. Bye brother, Azariah said as he hurried inside the building. Watching Azariah depart, Shane mumbled to himself, people who show love to others never feel love themselves. He quickly shook his head, feeling uneasy about such thoughts for a child. Thud. The door of the building opened with a loud thud as Azariah rushed inside the hall with his small legs. Arg. Uck. Wait. Shouting, Azariah quickly tried to separate both girls who were grabbing each other's hair. Azariah. Startled, both girls called out his name as they released their grips. What are you two doing? Azariah exclaimed as he separated them, grabbing Arianel with his left hand and Shyaml with his right. Both had bite marks on their bodies, their cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. She said I should stay away from you. Shyaml shouted, pointing at Arianel. You should stay away. Look what you did to him, Arianel replied, gently touching Azariah's bandaged hand. "Both of you, sit down," exclaimed Azariah, his cheeks puffed with anger as he looked at them sternly. "Buad. Sit down." They both nodded meekly and sat down in front of him. "So why were you fighting?" he asked, folding his hands while tapping his feet on the ground, mimicking his own mother's way of talking. "She started it," Shyamala said, pointing at the white-haired girl sitting beside her. "She said I shouldn't be close to you. And you shouldn't," Arianel replied, glaring at her. "Look what you did to him." "But he didn't want to leave me, why should I?" Shyamala asked, glaring back at her. "Okay, both of you quiet down," Azariah said with a heavy sigh, stopping both of them. "I will be with both of you so you don't need to fight," he said softly, making them both look at him. "Really?" Shyamala asked. "Really," he replied. "But Azadot." "It's fine, Arya," Azariah interjected, shaking his head. Arianel pouted as she looked down, not replying. Click. The door clicked open once again as two more girls walked inside the hall. "Little brother, I made cookies for you," a girl with purple hair exclaimed happily as she walked towards him. But both Arianel and Shyamala quickly hid behind Azariah as they looked at the other girl who walked inside. "Christy." With a happy smile, Azariah mumbled as he looked at the beautiful yet cute girl with sparkling blue hair and eyes walking towards him with a gentle smile. But looking at her smiling, both Shyamala and Arianel shivered slightly. "Let's go. Eat something, little brother," Avril, Azariah's big sister, exclaimed as she grabbed his hand. "Wait, big sis." But before she could take him out, Azariah stopped her. "Shake hands and don't fight again." Turning around, he looked at Shyamala and Arianel as he instructed. They both glared at each other before doing as he told them, shaking their hands. "What are you doing, Christy?" he called as Christina hugged him from behind. Being 2 years older and a head taller than him, she enveloped his body entirely. "Me too." Avril also joined in as she hugged Azariah from the side. "Easy, big sis," Azariah grumbled as his sister squeezed him tightly, before he glanced at the remaining two. "Want to?" he whispered softly, opening his arms. Me too," Arianel stammered as she quickly moved and hugged him. While Shyamala did the same, but she glared at the rest of them. Azariah closed his eyes as he smiled widely, feeling the warmth of those who loved him. No. Those who used to love him. "It's cold in here," I mumbled to myself as I sat on the ground with my back against the wall, my eyes closed as I rested my head against the wall. I thought as I called him in my mind. Sorry for ignoring your words. During my fight with Tristan, he kept trying to stop me before I did something that I would regret. You call that a fight? It didn't take you a minute to bring him to his knees. Yeah, whatever you call that. Are you Azariah? Instead of replying, I opened my eyes as I willed my status screen to come forth. Name, Azariah Noah Algina, 25, Indus Seftis, 75. I don't know. I replied as I closed my eyes again. I don't know who I am. Maybe I am Inda, or maybe I am Azariah, or because of this status screen, my brain is confusing me with different personalities. I could be the same person or I could be entirely different. For now, think of me as Inda with Azariah's memories. What happened back then? Why did you get triggered? I felt anger, Azariah's anger when that guy started to insult and trash talk about them. Azariah's anger? Yeah. What do you mean? I don't have many of my own memories. My own emotions are gone. I'm blank. Right now, I don't feel any anger, hatred, love, sadness, joy. I don't feel anything. It's as if my emotions have numbed down. Inside me, all that's left is emptiness. You know, what's the worst part? I can't feel my own emotions, but I can feel Azariah's emotions clearly. Is that why you tried to kill that kid? Yeah, and I'm glad they stopped me, Things would have messed up for me if he died. If Tristan had died because of me, I would have been kicked out of the academy, leaving me with only one place to stay. Beside Esma. I'm glad he didn't die. Massaging my temples, I thought again. Living beside her is worse than living in hell, and the moment she finds something amiss in me, she won't hesitate to kill me. You are afraid of her as well? You don't understand how dangerous she is, L. She is like a puppeteer, controlling everything and everyone from behind. And like everyone else, I am also one of her puppets. A special puppet, which Esma took extra care of just to make sure he remained the same for the rest of his life, living like her puppet. You don't plan to run away? Again, you are underestimating her. There is no place in this world where Esma can't find me. Her organization, Ecto, members have spread around the world, working like her eyes and ears. And they all are extremely loyal to her, to the point of dying without any hesitation if needed. And if she wants, she can find anyone in this world without much problem. Sigh. Of all the beings in this world, I had to be her son. With a tired sigh, I raised my hand as I gently pressed on the small cut on my throat because of Shimel's scythe. Do you hate Azariah? Do you hate yourself? How can I possibly hate a mentally broken and physically tortured kid who just wants to keep his loved ones safe? I replied, opening my eyes as I touched my engagement ring with my finger, while my gaze rested on Shimal and Arianel. He is just a broken kid, manipulated to sacrifice his life so they can keep smiling. Do you hate them? Those who are living happily while you is carrying all the burden. Name, Azariah Noah Aljana, 50, Indus Seftis, 50. Azariah, I did too many things to make them hate me. You can't blame them for everything. Do I feel anger towards them for leaving me? Yes, I do. I mean, I stood by their side during their bad times when they were at their lowest, ignoring my own problems. But, in the end, they did leave me alone when I needed them the most. At least she tried to help me as much as she could. As my gaze rested on Arianel, I thought to myself, had it not been me who wanted her to leave me alone, had her situation been a little better, she might still not have given up on me. Just like Christina. What about the vessel? Shiaml. I just hate her. Why? So do you hate the situation that you are in? The life you are living right now? Just a suppressed being inside Azariah? No, if anything, I am fine with it. Why? Unlike Azariah, I don't have any reason to live. I might kill myself, making his efforts worthless. Because of your mother? Yeah, I even sympathize with Azariah. Having an emotionless monster as your mother is just. Was your mother like Esmea? No. Shaking my head softly, I replied, in fact, my situation is quite opposite to his. From the broken and little memories of Inda's childhood that I have, I know. I had a loving family. And a loving and responsible father who helped and taught me a lot of things. Even though he wasn't the best, he did try his best to give me everything. A doting mother who tried to fulfill my every wish. I even have a memory of me asking her to make my favorite food, and she complied with a smile. You know, Elle, even though I forgot their faces, I still remember how much they loved and cared for me. And I killed them with my own hands. Even though I don't have much memory of that day, I still remember the cold body of my father lying in a pool of blood. I still remember my mother cursing me on her last breath. I still remember her dying in my arms. I sympathize with Azariah because once I was also afraid of losing someone I loved. There was a time when even I was ready to die for my loved ones. You are as mentally unstable as Azariah. Yeah. I know. I have lost too many loved ones to remain a sane person. Even though I don't remember, I still have that feeling. The feeling that my life wasn't much different from Azariah's. You know, Elle, I don't want anything. I just don't want my heart to be broken again. I don't want to suffer from that feeling again. And the way Azariah is behaving right now, I am sure he will get his heart broken. By making others hate him. He is only increasing his own burden. And in the end he will fall because of his own beliefs. He will break down again. I just hope she can knock some sense in Azariah. I thought as I touched my engagement ring. Is there something else that you want? I also want to see her one last time, my fiancée tilde copyright E from my last life. I thought, looking at the engagement ring that I wore. I don't remember anything about her. All I remember was the mesmerizing crimson eyes of hers. I just want to ask why she betrayed me. Betrayed? I don't remember what happened, but I think she did betray me. And you want to see her even after that? I want to understand her side. Would you still love her? Until the end of my life. Do you think I will see her? Maybe. I don't have much to live. 6 months at worst or 9 years at best. Do you think this much time is enough? Maybe. Sigh. With a heavy sigh, I closed my eyes as I leaned on the wall. I wish I can see her one day. I thought to myself as my consciousness started to drift away. You will, you sound quite confident, Elle. I replied with a smile before my consciousness started to drift away. Are you going? I am a mess right now, Elle. I also don't want to live with numb emotions. I might kill someone close to Azariah. And for now, let's let him face his own issues. Fine, Elle. Yeah? Take care of me. I will. Ugh. As my eyes fluttered open, a groan escaped my mouth, confusion itching in my mind as I massaged my temples. Elle? Yeah, I lost control. You did, and I beat him up brutally. Focusing my gaze, I looked at Tristan, who was being taken away on a stretcher by staff members. An oxygen mask covered his face, while a nurse attempted to stop the bleeding on his wounded shoulder. The students were scattered around him, including Oliver, Ashlyn, Arianel, and Shimel. I didn't know if it was intentional or not, but the axe had lodged into his dominant hand's shoulder, and I was quite sure he would have a hard time using a sword for quite some time, if not for his entire life. Crazy bastard. I thought as I stood up. All eyes turned to me as I walked towards the exit. I thought he was weak. Yeah, maybe he took some type of drug. Lunatic, nearly killing someone. Monster. As I walked past the students, their gossip and low voices entered my ears. Monster, huh? That truly summed me up perfectly. A monster who didn't deserve love. Sigh. Sighing, I walked out of the hall and turned towards the building beside it. Without much delay, I walked up the stairs until I reached the terrace of the building. Click. Slam. With a click I opened the door before I slammed it shut as I walked in. The cold air breezed against my skin as I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. Elle. Yeah? Did Inda say something to you? He said to stop doing what you're doing right now, and what the fuck am I doing? Burdening yourself with all those responsibilities, haha. I let out a small chuckle as I walked closer towards the edge of the building. The entire academy came into view as I looked down from here. So, what does he want me to do? I mumbled as I leaned against the wall. Why are you even trying to take everything on self, Elle, I interjected. How hard is it for you to understand this? How many times do I have to say it? I am cursed. I am cursed since the day I was born. Clenching my fists, I shouted, trying my best to not let my anger consume me. Whoever loves me, cares for me, dies. They die. Why are you even saying that you are cursed, because I have seen whoever loved me die? Bringing my trembling hands to my face, I replied, I saw Shane die in front of my eyes, and I couldn't do anything to save him. I whispered softly as I looked at my hands. He was a brother to me, L. That wasn't your fault, Aunt Belly, I interjected again as I muttered, you know what she was to me? No, when I first started to walk, it wasn't my mother who was there for me. She was. When I first learned to talk, I called her name before anyone else's. When I was in pain, when I needed anything, when I was sad, I always ran towards her. I always found myself beside her at the end of the day. Slowly, I sat on the floor, ignoring the ache in my heart as I continued, but when I tried to open up to her, when I tried to tell her what I was going through, she lost her life. She was executed, L. She was executed right in front of my eyes. And you know what her last words were? I asked softly as I rested my head against the wall. Take care of my loved ones and myself. She told me that with a smile on her face before her head was decapitated from her body. I was helpless. I couldn't do anything but just watch her die because of me. You always knew you can't keep your end of the deal with your mother, didn't you? You made the deal even though you knew you will lose your life. Yeah, I replied, closing my eyes. From the first day when I made a deal with her, I knew I would not live much longer. I always knew that I would die the day I turned 16. But with my remaining life, I didn't drown myself in pleasure or happiness. I drowned myself in hate and sorrow so that when I disappear from their life, when I die, they can move on with their lives, without being tormented by my death. It's not like I don't want to be loved, L. I just don't want those who love me to die. I am just tired. I am scared of losing them. No matter how much I do to change that, I will always be left alone. I will always be left with me. I am a monster, L. Born on the dead bodies of millions. Died buried between the dead bodies of millions. What are you saying? In the game, I mumbled softly, my eyes still closed. I did a massacre far worse than what my mother did. Even though I wasn't in control of my body. But still I alone took millions of lives. Do you still think I am not cursed? You know, Azariah, I am not the right person to talk to about this. Click. I opened my eyes gently as I heard the sound of the door clicking open. Hey. As Aria. Waving her hand, she called me awkwardly as I shifted my position and sat properly. What brings you here, Ashlyn? With a smile, I asked as I looked at her beautiful golden eyes. I was trying to find you, but you just disappeared from the hall. Walking slowly closer towards me, she replied. I just wanted to have some time alone. I replied as I averted my gaze away from her. You know I don't feel alright with all that happened there. I feel hungry, Azariah. Let's get something to eat. Standing in front of me, she said with a gentle smile. No, I don't feel like eating anything. Shaking my head, I replied, you can go ahead and eat something. It's fine then. I don't feel much hungry anyway. You know you don't have to come here. I said looking around as she took another step closer to me. I'm not in my right state of mind and being with me right now isn't the best. Azariah. Kneeling beside me, she called while gently squeezing my hand. Why yeah. Look at me. I shifted slightly as I faced her, looking into her eyes. It's still bleeding. She whispered as she took out a handkerchief from her pocket before placing it on my wounded throat. I just looked at her as she tried to clean my wound with a concerned look. She is too kind. It's been like 5 days since I have known her, only 5, and even in these 5 days, she has seen how people treat me. How I am hated by most of the people. It's honestly her kindness that she is still sticking with me even when Miley tried so many times to separate us. Azariah. Ashlyn. Do you need a hug? She whispered softly, looking into my eyes. No, I am fine, nothing happened to Ma. And before I could properly reject her, she stood on her knees and hugged my head gently. Everything will be alright, she whispered, gently caressing my hair. Everything is alright. You are not very good at hiding emotions. I am. No, silly, you are not. I closed my eyes as I stopped talking, slowly inhaling her scent. It smelled good. Like that of an angel, far better than any human could. Slam. Azariah. The door once again slammed open as a loud voice called me. My eyes met with Oliver's, who stood at the door as Ashlyn slowly moved away from me, breaking the hug. Slam. Sister-in-law, why are you following me? Slamming the door, he shouted, making me alert as I stood up. Stop up, Oliver. Slam. The door once again slammed open, but this time it was a white-haired girl who opened the door. And Oliver, like a scaredy cat, walked behind her. Azariah, you all right, man? Moving away from Arianel, he ran towards me. Yeah, I replied, shaking my head. Let me hug you. As soon as he walked closer, he grabbed me and slammed me against his chest. Slap. Uck. Keep your tits away from my face. Slapping his chest, I grumbled as I took a step back. Why the discrimination? He muttered, massaging his chest, while Ashlyn quickly created a distance between us with a small blush on her face. Why are you here? I asked, looking at him. Because I was concerned about you, he replied. Where is Emma? Miley stopped him. Fucking simp. Shaking my head, I looked towards Arianel. And why are you here, princess? I asked, walking right towards her, trying to invade her private space. Time to irritate the princess a little. There is a call from your mother. I halted my steps as blood started to drain from my face. In a dimly lit, empty, close room, I sat alone on a chair, rubbing my sweaty hands nervously. My gaze was fixed on the materialized hologram across the table, its pale blue light casting a small glow on the empty surface. Within the hologram, an image of my mother appeared, her features flickering slightly in the holographic light, but her silver hair and emotionless gray eyes were easily noticeable. It had been more than 5 minutes since her hologram appeared, and for the whole time, she had been ignoring me, focusing on her work as if I were not worth her time. Mother, I breathed, having waited long enough. My voice was barely above a whisper. How many days has it been since you arrived at the academy? She asked without looking at me, her voice as emotionless as always. 6 days, I replied, my leg tapping anxiously on the ground as I struggled to contain my nervousness. Not even a week has passed, and I receive a complaint, she scolded, her eyes still on her paperwork. Is this how you're going to prove your worth? Mother, what was the reason? She asked. I am asking something, Azariah, what was the reason for you to nearly kill him? He tried to insult me and I have known you since you were a child. Your lies won't work on me, she interjected sharply, her gaze piercing. He tried to insult you. You wouldn't have reacted that way if he had insulted me, she interrupted again, silencing me. Like I said, your lies won't work on me. Let me guess then, she continued, resting her chin on her hands. He tried to insult one of the promised girls, didn't he? I flinched involuntarily at her words, lowering my gaze slightly. That's disappointing, Azariah, she commented, her voice devoid of emotion, as she looked at me. I didn't reply, my head still lowered as I stared at my hands resting on my lap. Have you heard about the Emperor's decision regarding your engagement annulment? She asked, extending her hand and drumming her fingers on the table. Yes. Do you have any problems with his decision? I don't have any problems, I replied, shaking my head while clenching my fist. That's good then, she replied, nodding her head. And about the boy's father? I will take care of him. Yes, mother, I replied softly. How do you feel after beating that boy? She asked. Nothing. Good, it would have been even more disappointing if you had felt happy after defeating a pest, she remarked as she reclined in her chair. Can I go now? I requested, feeling my nerves racking by being in front of her even though it was just a hologram. I have one more thing to tell you, she replied, glancing at me. I have a task for you. A task? Yes. A task to prove your worth, she replied, causing my heart rate to drop. Mother, there wasn't anything like that in our deal, I replied, trying to remain calm. That was before. When your body couldn't take in mana, she replied, focusing on my body, but now you can use mana, changing everything. Buad. I won't change my decision, Azariah. Will I prove my worth if I complete this task? I asked, looking at her. Yes, you will, she affirmed, nodding her head. What do I need to do then? I asked, calming down. It's an opportunity I can't miss. I can be free from at least turning into a crying puppet. You will need to kill someone for me, she stated bluntly, watching my reaction closely. Not as terrible a task as I thought it would be. I have already killed innocents. One more won't change much. Who do I need to kill? I asked, taking a deep breath. A child, she replied, making me halt. Pardon? I said you needed to kill a child. Why a child? I asked, my voice a little cracked and my lips trembling without me noticing. Think it through, Azariah. It's either your life or that child's life, she replied, her voice devoid of any emotion. But mother. I am not asking, I am telling you. You will be given the task of killing a child. Do you accept it or not? Mother. Do you accept it or not? If your answer is no, then say it. The child might live a peaceful life, but you will not. I need an answer, Azariah. Yes. Good. Then I will inform you when her security is the lowest. Nodding her head, she replied. And with a beep, the call ended, leaving me alone in the room. Yes. If I want to live, I need to kill a child now. How low do I have to go now just so I can live? A child. From the way your mother talked, she should be an important person, she? I asked, tightening my head. Your mother said her security. Yeah, she did. Things we do to live, huh? Sigh. Sighing, I rose from my seat and made my way toward the exit. With a soft click, the door swung open, and I stepped out into the corridor. But my steps halted as I spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall. What are you doing here? I asked, making her focus on me. What did she say? Lauren asked back, looking at me. She kinda threatened to kill me, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Stop lying, she replied, frowning. Yeah, don't believe it, I replied as I walked closer to her. Anyway, why are you here? Did she say something about Christina? She asked as she started to walk. Are we the latest gossip now? I grumbled, falling a step behind her. First, that doggy, then my mother, and now you. Someone is deliberately spreading the news, Lauren replied, glancing at me. I can think of who he is, I muttered as we made our way out of the parent meeting building. So, did she ask? Yeah, she did. Did you ask her for help? Why should I? I replied, shrugging my shoulders. I was already bored with her. And my mother said she would find me a better one. So I might as well go for a different chick. Lauren halted her steps, turning back to stand in front of me, looking into my eyes. You are the worst kind of person to fall in love with. I know, I replied as I walked past her. And it's not like I am asking to be loved anyway. Where are you going? She asked, making me halt. To my class? I replied, glancing back at her. Come with me. Turning on her heel, she replied, walking in a different direction. Rubbing my neck slightly, I walked behind her. And it didn't take us long to arrive at the place where the weapons selection was happening. No one's here? I commented as I looked around the empty hall. Students have returned to their classes, Lauren explained. Mind telling me why we are here? Didn't I tell you to come towards the katana section after you were done with your weird weapon? She replied as we arrived at the section that had katanas placed on them. Yeah, my axe hammer, I mumbled as I looked around. I almost forgot about that. Stay here, you can go find it later, Lauren replied, gesturing for me to remain where I was. With swift movements, she retrieved one of the katanas from the stand and tossed it in my direction. Without a word, I caught the katana as I looked at it. Encased in a sleek black sheath, it was perfectly balanced in my grasp. Grabbing the hilt that was wrapped in smooth, black leather, offering a comfortable grip on my hand, I took out the blade inside. As I drew the blade, a bright flash of red caught my eye, revealing the stunning beauty within. The katana's crimson hue seemed to dance in the light as I looked at it carefully. But why a katana? Glancing at her, I asked as I placed it back in the sheath. There is an old saying, she replied, folding her hands. Strength didn't kill Gabriel, swiftness did. Gabriel, huh? I mumbled to myself, looking at her. Your way of using mana is different, right? She replied with her own question, and I nodded my head. The way I see it, it's as if you're not just reinforcing your muscles but also your bones. You're able to exert more force than should be possible. I guess, but what does it have to do with a katana? I asked as I looked at the weapon. Katanas are my specialty, and the way I see it, you can fully utilize their full potential, she replied, taking a step back. Draw your katana as fast as you can without using mana. I nodded, taking in a deep breath. As I adjusted my stance, the sheath of the katana snug against my waist. With tense muscles, I gripped the hilt tightly, readying myself for the swift draw. In one fluid motion, I surged forward, unsheathing the blade with all the speed I could muster. Swish! The katana sliced through the air with a faint sound. Now, do it again with mana. She gestured for me to step back, and I complied, sliding the katana back into its sheath. Hua! With a sharp exhale, I focused my concentration, channeling mana into my hand. The silver runes glowed softly as I pushed myself, not holding back until my hand began to ache with the strain. Swish! Bang! This time, as I drew the katana, it sliced through the air effortlessly, but my lack of control caused it to hit the ground with a resounding bang. Ugh! A tingling sensation shot through my hand, the aftermath of my exertion, as an electric pulse raced along my nerves. You need proper training. Lauren mumbled as she came closer to me. I know. I grumbled as I jerked my hand to get some response from it. Your weapon selection ends here, she declared abruptly, the sound of her clap echoing in the empty training hall. Glancing up at her, I was met with a bright smile that sent a shiver down my spine. What are you thinking? I couldn't help but ask, instinctively taking a step back from her. Your training will be fun, she replied cheerfully, her smile widening as she turned and walked away. What the fuck is she planning? Knock, knock. Standing outside the door within the first-year dormitory building, I knocked twice. Arg! My whole body aches like hell, I grumbled, carefully stretching my left arm to avoid snapping it too much. Well, at least her training methods work, yeah, I mumbled with a heavy sigh. It had been 6 days since I chose the katana as my weapon, and now I regret it. Lauren, who had been using katanas since childhood, easily pointed out every mistake I made in every single move, and she didn't hesitate to correct them. But her methods were extreme. She would literally slap the part of my body that was a little off from a proper stance, and for the last 6 days, I had endured extreme torture in the name of training. Look at the bright side, at least you're getting stronger. Yeah, no, all I saw was Lauren having the time of her life torturing the one who took her family away. With a soft click, the door swung open, and I looked ahead. My mouth half opened as I stared at the boy standing in front of me with nothing on his upper body and wearing only shorts. Wrong room, I stammered, turning on my heel to run away. It's the right room, Oliver replied with a grin as he grabbed my shoulders. "Let me go, you monster!" I shouted, trying to jerk his hand away. "Ha ha ha ha, come in, I won't do anything, I promise." "Help! Somebody! I'm being taken without my consent!" I cried out dramatically, making a last-ditch effort to escape as Oliver hauled me into his room, laughter ringing in my ears. "Angtilda! Wait, what the fuck was that?" I exclaimed, putting an end to the drama and stepping away from the half-naked Oliver. Angtilda, yes Tilda." I silently surveyed the scene inside the room. Emma and Ethan sat reclining against the wall, each with popcorn and a drink in hand. Their eyes met mine briefly before quickly averting away. Angtilda. Then, my gaze fell upon the holographic projector in the middle of the room, playing a video. Who the fuck watches porn videos in the middle of the day with a guy sitting beside them? I folded my arms, tapping my foot impatiently on the ground as I stared at all three of them. Angtilda. Wait, Azariah, stop. Ignoring Oliver's plea, I closed the projector, abruptly ending the video. The good part was about to start, Emma grumbled, taking a sip of his cold drink. I know, right? She was about to quad. Shut up, you idiots, I snapped at them, walking towards the bin bag placed at the side of the bed. Yeah, Mr. Saint, Olive mocked as I took my seat. Why were you even watching that? I asked Oliver. Oh, Ethan never saw that, Oliver replied, pointing at the brown-haired boy. And if you don't remember, adult videos are banned for common people. What's Ethan even doing here? I asked, glancing at him. He waved at me with a smile. I called him, and he answered, unlike someone who's always busy, Oliver replied, looking in my direction. And unlike someone who's always free, I was training my ass off, I replied, glaring at him. Skill issue. Shut up. With a sigh, I leaned on the bin bag, folding my arms on my chest as Oliver also reclined against the wall, sitting on the bed. Anyway, what happened to your bike? Emma asked, looking at me. They'll ship it tomorrow, I replied, picking up one of the drinks placed on the table, and so did Oliver. Good for you, Olive muttered, taking a sip of his drink through the straw. Slurp, slurp. Stop sucking on the straw like your life depends on it, I grumbled, watching as he sucked the liquid, his cheeks puff and sighed. Sucking helps maintain the jawline. So that's why Emma has such a sharp jawline, I commented before swiftly dodging the pillow thrown by Emma. Anyway, tomorrow is the day for club activity, Ethan chimed in, making me look at him. Which club are you going to join, Azariah? Emma asked, glancing at me. I don't know for sure, but maybe the traveling club, I replied with a nonchalant shrug. Christina's club, Olive mumbled, earning a glare from me. What? Isn't she the vice president of the club? Oliver asked, looking at me. Without responding, I placed the drink on the table again. I'm trying it. Be careful, yeah. Ha. Exhaling sharply, I extended my hand towards Oliver. What? He asked, tilting his head. Without replying, I moved my extended hand gracefully, a faint silver glow emanating from my fingertip. With my fingertip working as a pen and the mana within my body as ink, I wrote a single word in the air. Lekasha. As I completely wrote the word in the air, the next instant, a thin thread of rope materialized before me. And with a flick of my wrist, I directed it towards Oliver. The fuck? Oliver gasped as the invisible force wrapped around him, binding his hands together. What the actual fuck is that? Emma mumbled as he moved closer to Oliver, looking at his hand wrapped in a thin blue thread. Runic language, I replied as I picked up my drink again. Both brothers nodded, but Ethan had a stiff look on his face. Was it wise to use it in front of him? It's fine. I have a lot of things that I can use as a last resort. It's been more than a week since I started learning runic language, which I'm learning from Al. And it's fucking hard learning a whole new language from scratch, so I asked El to teach me some basic runes, and Lekasha is one of those easy ones. Hey! Aimer! Oliver exclaimed, making me focus on him. Aimer pinned Oliver on his stomach as he sat over him. Aimer! Chill, big brother, it won't hurt much, Aimer grinned as he took his belt off. Help! Azariah! Brother, help! Oliver twisted his face towards me as he exclaimed. Why should I asked, taking a sip of my drink. Remember the gift that I gave you that night? Help me for that. What did you gift me, Oily? I asked, drinking. Reverse cowgirl. Cough, cough, cough. I choked on my drink as I coughed violently, hearing his words. What the fuck do you mean by that? Remember that night when I rode you? Shut up, you fucker! I exclaimed, glaring at him. What are you babbling about? Wait. So that wasn't you? He asked, tilting his head in confusion. Should I throw this bastard off the building? Thwack. Arg. Oliver groaned in pain as Aimer hit his butt with the belt. Tell me, Oliver, who is your daddy? Grinning, he exclaimed as he went for another hit. Snap. But before he could, I snapped my fingers, freeing Oliver. Huff. Huff. Oliver's chest heaved in anger as he glared at his brother. Wait, brother. Ugh. Aimer pleaded, but ignoring his words, Oliver pinched both his nipples tightly, making him cry in pain. What a weird pair of brothers they are, I know. My daddy is Paul Polaral, Oliver replied as he removed his hands from Aimer's chest. Where is Uncle nowadays? I asked, making him glance at me. Moving around to different places, Oliver replied as he leaned against the wall. He hasn't been home for a long time. Empire-related stuff? Yeah, nodding his head. He continued, there's talk of a non-aggression alliance between our empire, the Mizraim Empire, and the Akari Kingdom. What? Weren't we at odds with the other two? Ethan asked, his face filled with confusion. That's for the common people to know, Oliver replied, glancing at him. In reality, there aren't many hard feelings between the three of us. Is the church getting involved? Yeah, he replied, glancing at me. They are the ones working as mediators between all three of us. I nodded my head as I leaned on the bin bag. Things have already started, huh? They are also going to declare what happened to Hesperia Kingdom, Olive mumbled, making me sit back up straight. What? Almost 16 years have passed since the massacre, and now they are going to use it for their own cause, he replied, looking deeply into my eyes. What are they planning to do? I asked, tapping my leg on the ground. The exiled prince was born that day, he replied, making me take a deep breath. They will declare it, most probably on the birthday of the youngest princess of the Akari Kingdom. Wait, I am not following, Ethan chimed in again. What happened? Massacre, church, exiled prince, what are they all about? Chill, man, nothing important for us common people to take too much interest in, Oliver replied, shrugging his shoulders. Arg. My nipples hurt, Aimer grumbled in pain as he massaged his chest. That's what you get for messing with your big brother, you little shit, Oliver replied, glaring at him. Fuck you, when I awaken my bloodline I will obliterate your ass, Aimer retorted, glaring back at him. Hey, Azariah, Olive mumbled, looking at me. Yeah? Do you ever think? Number. Well. Imagine if you did. Okay. Imagine if one day I go into a random dungeon and I find an overpowered sword and call it fate leading me to it, making me absurdly powerful. How beautiful it will be. With a wishful face, he replied, looking at the ceiling while smiling like an idiot. I feel like I have heard this before, I mumbled, looking at him as I took out my phone. It's from that game Princess and Something, Aimer replied, and I nodded my head. What are you going to do with that sword, Oliver? I asked, leaning in towards him. What else? Make a harem, of course. Smiling widely, he replied. Is that so? I mumbled, nodding my head, before I looked at Aimer. You want something like that as well? I asked, looking at him. I want to become a Chad vampire and have 3 wives fall into my arms, Aim replied, mirroring his brother's look. And recorded, I mumbled, looking at my phone, making both brothers freeze in place. What? I wonder how Alia and Miley will react to this, I said, grinning as blood started to drain from their faces. Aimer. Snatch his phone. On it, brother. And before I knew it, both brothers jumped at me. Name, Azariah Noah Aljana, 84, Indus Seftis, 16, age, 15 rank, 3rd primeval, 2%, strength, 21 reflex, 21 intelligence, 38 mental strength, 27, 45, charm, 19 bloodline, unawakened. Blessing, Amun-Ra's blessing. Knife, Ma spell. Passive status, runic body, weakened. Ha. A deep sigh escaped my mouth as I looked at the status screen that flickered in front of me. Finally, I am as strong as an average student. Willing the screen to move away, I mumbled as I looked in the mirror. You are better than average, I know, but still, I am not strong enough to fight head-on with most of the main cast, I grumbled as I washed my face with cold water, let alone whom I actually need to fight against. Yeah, should I cut them? I mumbled as I ran my fingers through my purple hair, which was inches away from touching my shoulders. Nah, it's better this way. Gathering my hair, I bound it with a blue rubber band before I looked at my face again. Is it just me, or does my face look better than before? I muttered to myself as I touched my face. Unlike before, when I only had sunken cheeks, right now my face is more defined and better than before. At least say I look good, I grumbled as El kept his mouth shut. Anyway, what the fuck is even the average for charm? I don't even know how good looking I am. Sigh. Sighing, I shook my head before I looked at my upper body. Are those scars going to fade away? I don't think so. My upper body is filled with cut marks, blackened skin, and deep scars. Scars that can match those of veteran soldiers. Some I got from training with Adalia, but most from the torture that I had gone through. But my back has the most nasty scar on my body, a deep scar running from my left shoulder to my right torso. Well, at least it looks manly. You are calmer than before, as I walked out of the bathroom, Elle commented, and I nodded my head slightly. Inda's memories, I mumbled as I took a seat on the bed. They are coming back. Since the day Inda became the dominant personality, I started to see his memories in the form of dreams. His early childhood was the first dream I saw, and from then on, I have had glimpses of his memories every other day. And seeing memories of a loving mother doting on her son all the time, caring for him, and being present for him every day. Seeing the things that I never had, even though they are not my memories, did help me know what the warmth of a mother is. And in every memory I saw of him till now, one girl was present in all of them. Snarrazna, I mumbled to myself as I remembered the cute little girl with black hair from Inda's memories. She was the daughter of Inda's neighbor and Inda's first friend. They both grew up together, went to kindergarten together, ate together, and stayed together all the time except when their parents separated them. Their relationship kind of reminds me of my childhood, how Christina and I were when we were children, always sticking to each other. Seeing all those cute memories did help me a little, but at the same time, I felt worse because I knew how things ended for Inda, Snara, and his family. Sigh. Sighing, I shook my head as I shrugged myself into the plain academic shirt. Something special today? You're taking your time getting ready. Yeah, today is club activity selection, I replied, glancing at the mirror once again. I'll spend most of my time with Ashlyn today. And that girl? She'll let you? We'll see. During the last week, I've improved my relationship with Ashlyn. It's become good enough for her to talk to me without feeling intimidated or pressured. But at the same time, Miley has also become increasingly wary of my intentions toward Ashlyn. and in a way, her wariness is justified. I mean, there are rumors about me raping maids and commoners, but her presence is still annoying. She always stops me from approaching her, and at the same time, she's also become closer to Ashlyn. And so has Ethan. Yeah, all because of that fucker, Oliver, I grumbled as I wore my shoes. Oliver, being the good guy he is, always hangs out with Ethan, and because of it, Ethan became close to Miley, Emma, and Ashlyn. You're not going to do anything about it? It's fine if he's friends with Oliver, I replied. All I need to do is make sure he isn't too close with Ashlyn. Despite his revenge-driven nature, Ethan isn't bad guy. He's just in a bad situation. In the game, he was a very good friend with Oliver in the later part, when I disappeared from everyone's life. A good person who will help his friends when they're in need. His only enemies are my family. All in all, I have to make sure Ethan stays away from Ashlyn. Can't have the protagonist too close to the main heroine. What about your sister? What do you mean? Is your sister also a heroine? You did say that Ethan will try to seduce every high-ranking girl. Yeah, she's a sub-heroine, but for a different game. Wait. There are more than one game? Wait, I didn't tell you? I asked, tilting my head in confusion. No, you didn't. Oh, then let me tell you, there are 3 games and 1 prequel game in the series, my dear lover. The one we're at now is the first game, and my sister is a sub-heroine of the second game. My mother was the villainess of the prequel game and one of the main antagonists of the final game. Your family is all over the place, yeah. What about you? What is your role? I am the villainous maker of the first game. And in the second game, I am inevitable. What do you mean? The things that I did in the second game and my death are what trigger the events of the final game. And if I don't die, it's impossible to start the final game. Crying puppet. That was my name in the second game. I wasn't given any role just to show that I wasn't a person of my own. I was nothing but a puppet. No matter what route the protagonist of the second game takes, what I did was inevitable. And if the events of the final game don't happen, this world is doomed to end. Aren't I important? I chuckled as I stood up from the bed. When did you die in the game? 3 years from now. As area, I have enough time to think of something about it, Don't worry. Assuring him, I walked towards the door. But still, you know, my mother is one of the reasons why the company made the prequel game. How? She became so famous after the release of the first and second games that before the release of the final game, a prequel game was made at the demands of the fans. You sound proud about that. I don't, fucker. Grumbling, I replied as I walked out of my room. So how did things end for your mother? Did she die at the end? Nope, I replied, shaking my head. Until the very end. No one was able to kill my mother. Damn, I'm late. Grumbling under my breath, I made my way to the open stadium where all 3 first-year classes were gathered. You took more time getting ready than a girl and still expect to arrive on time? Shut up, idiot. Sneaking my way through, I located my class and headed towards them, making sure to avoid Lauren's gaze. The stadium buzzed with excitement, filled with the sound of students gossiping. As I approached my class, I felt someone watching me. Glancing back, I caught a pair of crimson eyes staring at me while she conversed with the girls around her. Shimel. What should I do about this girl? Her hatred hasn't diminished one bit, yeah, and it won't diminish until she kills me. And no matter what happens, I refuse to die at her hands. I just hope she doesn't ambush me anytime soon because right now I can't fight against her, and I don't have anyone to protect me from dying either. Shifting my focus away from her, I looked for my class. It didn't take me long to spot Ashlyn, standing with Miley, Oliver, and Ethan. Yo, I greeted them, but they all turned silent as they faced me. What? I asked as I stood beside Ashlyn. "You're looking good," Ashlyn praised with a bright smile, and I could see Oliver nodding in agreement. "So, my charm is increasing, huh? That's good to hear." "You don't look that good," Miley grimaced before I could reply. "Ethan looks better than you." Who asked you that?" I tilted my head, raising an eyebrow. "What? I'm just stating facts. You look all right, but Ethan's on another level," she replied, flipping her orchid hair back and folding her arms. I don't think. Ethan's face reddened slightly as he stammered out a response. If you wanted to compare him with someone, you could have used me," Oliver chimed in with a smile, looking at Miley. But I could tell he was hurt by her praising someone else in front of him. Azariah doesn't deserve to be compared to you." Realizing her mistake, Miley quickly corrected herself, looking at Oliver. Right. Oliver smiled, shaking his head. "Azariah." Ashlyn's voice pulled my attention as she pinched my shirt, tiptoeing to whisper in my ear, "Don't take her words seriously. You look great." "Thank you," I whispered back, feeling my heart skip a beat. Critical hit, shut up. "Ashlyn, come with me." Miley quickly grabbed her hand, pulling her away from me. "She's staying." "You can go," I said firmly, holding onto Ashlyn's free hand and shooting Miley a glare. "Let go of her hand." Miley's glare matched mine as she spoke each word slowly, emphasizing her command. I didn't respond, simply pulling Ashlyn gently towards me, her expression a mix of surprise and embarrassment. "Ah, Azariah," Ashlyn embarrassingly called out to me, but I didn't release my grip on her hand. "Attention everyone." We shifted our attention towards Lauren as her loud voice resonated throughout the stadium. Sighing, I released Ashlyn's hand as she seemed close to tears, caught between Miley and me. Miley seized the opportunity and whisked Ashlyn away from me. "Do you like her?" An irritating voice made me glance back at the brown-haired boy. "Who are you to ask that?" I snapped, not trying to contain my irritation. "If he tries to do anything funny with Ashlyn, I swear I will kill him." Is that possessiveness? No, idiot. My life depends on Ashlyn. I can't let him seduce my meat shield. "Chill, bro, he's just asking." Oliver stepped forward to defend him, placing a hand on my shoulder. "And who the fuck are you?" I grumbled, slapping his hand away. How could you forget your best brother?" He feigned hurt, placing a hand over his chest. "All of you, focus here." My attention shifted back to the teachers standing in front of the students from all three classes. Daphne Sloan stood before her class, A. Julian Craver was positioned in front of his class, B. And Lauren Ewing stood at the helm of our class, C. Daphne's voice resonated throughout the stadium, quieting down the students. "I know you're all excited about the club activities and the possibilities they offer, but bear with me for a moment because we need to discuss something important first." As she spoke, a few staff members approached, carrying a tray filled with watch-like objects. "But first, about the club activities," she continued as the staff passed the watches to all the students. "I know most of you will explore all the clubs, but let me remind you once again, feel free to check out those clubs that are typically associated with the opposite gender. Boys can join cooking clubs to enhance their skills and girls can join sports clubs as well." With a cheerful smile, she addressed all the students, "And boys, if you're looking to woo a girl, clap your hands. Clap. Clap." And as soon as the sound of the clap stopped, Daphne continued, "Okay, whoever clapped is forbidden to join the girls' clubs." Beside me, Ethan and Oliver both had their mouths wide open and their hands still in a clapping position. "I'm sorry for your loss, brother," I muttered, patting Oliver's shoulder and shaking my head. "No, that's cheating. I didn't clap, I swear. Sir." Ignoring all the chaos around me, I looked at the male staff member as he handed me the watch-like object. It was a white watch with dark blue markings all around the strap. Spirit linker? Yep. I was just kidding, stop shouting. Grinning, Daphne said, making the students laugh. The fun's over now, listen here. As Daphne walked back, Lauren took a step forward, arriving at the front of all three classes. Clubs are for fun, but your main goal should be to participate in the clubhouse competition. And before anyone asks, out of the 150 students, only 16 will be selected for the competition. Glancing around, she made sure every student had the watch in their hands before continuing. Now, the watch in your hand is called a spirit linker, a device used to detect if you formed a contract with a spirit or not. Her words sparked excitement and confusion among the students, causing a buzz of conversation to erupt. Mom, one student raised their hand, you're saying it as if we've already formed a contract with a spirit. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Lauren nodded. From the day you're born until you turn 5, you've already formed a contract with a spirit unconsciously. How? Another one asked. Spirits only form contracts with children, not because they like innocence, but because it's easier for them to form a link with children than adults. But why are we checking them now? Another student asked. Because there's a club specifically made for spirits, and if you want to enter it, you need a contract with a spirit. Now, no more questions. Wear the watch, Lauren finished, folding her hands and waiting for everyone to comply. You seem to already know the result. Yep, I do. In the game, all the important characters had a spirit familiar with them, including me. But unlike the main heroines and the protagonist, mine wasn't as strong as theirs, but still better than nothing. How many familiars did you have in the game? 1. And why are you even asking this idiotic question? And it's a commonly known fact that in this world, having more than one spirit familiar is impossible. But, glancing around, I quickly found Ashlyn as I walked towards her. Azariah? Later, Oily. But she formed contracts with 2 of the strongest spirit when she was a child. And both her familiars were a lot stronger than mine. She defied common sense, making her the center of attention in the academy. And she also became the center of attention of the organization that tortured me. What are you doing here? Miley frowned at me. Shut up, I glared back, standing between them. Azariah? Tilting her head, she called me as she wore her spirit linker. Without saying anything, I handed my watch to her and extended my hand. Though still confused, she took the watch and helped me in wearing it as she stepped closer, her head close to my chest. Azariah. It's fine, Miley, Ashlyn interjected, shaking her head, making Miley pout. Hey. Looking at her, I smirked, aggravating her further. Now, if you have worn the watch, send mana into it, Lauren instructed before Miley could reply. I positioned myself between Miley and Ashlyn, ensuring Ashlyn's watch was hidden from Miley's view. Hua. Exhaling sharply, I closed my eyes as I willed my mana into the spirit linker. My hand glowed softly in a silver hue as the mana started to be sucked into the linker. I let it continue while I opened my eyes, glancing at Ashlyn. Ashlyn Zyanya. Someone with the potential to rival the Guardians. And one of the few individuals who could actually land a hit on my mother. It's hardest to convert her into a villainess because she is as pure as humanly possible. But still, she hard. Beep. Beep. I shifted my focus to the watch as both mine and Ashlyn's spirit linker started to beep. Ugh, fuck. But it wasn't her linker that made me curse. But mine. Number of spirits, 3, triplets. Type, spirit beings. Awakening, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. Fuck. 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 What the hell is this? L. Yeah? Why does it show 3? Maybe it's broken? Forget I asked you something, idiot. Beep, beep. As the spirit linker continued to beep, I took a deep breath to calm my restless heart before shifting my focus towards Ashlyn's spirit linker. Number of spirits, 2. Type, spirit beings. Awakening, 9 months. Okay, at least hers is the same as in the game. But wait. Fuck, it's not the time for that. Do you guys have one? Before I could even think about anything, Miley asked, glancing at our linker. It's beeping, what does this mean? Ashlyn asked in confusion, looking at me and Miley. It means you've formed a contract, I replied, blocking Miley from her. Oh, really? With a cheerful smile, she replied, yours is also beeping. Did you form a contract as well? Let me see. Miley chimed in, trying to peek at Ashlyn's spirit linker. Stay away. I stood in between her and Ashlyn, glaring at her. I can't let her see it, or else she'll make a scene like she did in the game, announcing it to everyone. Move, Azariah. She replied, glaring back at me as she attempted to walk past me. Don't you have any manners? You shouldn't look at other people's things. I ranted, sidestepping to block her again. Why can you see it and I can't? She snarled, trying to push me aside. Wait, Azariah, Professor Lauren will scold us if you keep fighting. Trying to stop both of us, Ashlyn attempted to come between us. Let her see it, I don't mind. But I do. Who are you to mind? Instead of Ashlyn, Miley replied, move, or else you'll regret it. What are you gonna do? Cry? Ha, why would I cry when I can bash open your skull? Fuming in anger, she clenched her fist. Yeah, I wish to do the same. I spat before turning back to look at Ashlyn. Ashley. What are you guys doing? And before I could warn her, a voice sharply interjected, making me halt. Professor Lauren. Ashlyn greeted her with a smile and a light bow while I blocked her from Lauren's view. Azariah, Lauren called me, her tone firm, move aside. Laura. My words were cut off by her glare. Professor Lauren, could we please keep our results secret? No, she replied, shaking her head. And don't worry, your results will be safe in the academy. Like hell they will be. Fuck. I should have stopped Ashlyn from using the spirit linker. Wait. Laura. My protest was silenced as I was helplessly pushed aside. Lauren's brows rose in surprise as she examined Ashlyn's spirit linker. Quickly concealing her expression, she scanned the surroundings, noting the curious gazes of other students who had completed their tests. Did you tell anyone about your result? Her tone was stern as she focused on Ashlyn. No, only Azariah knows, Ashlyn replied, shaking her head. Stay quiet and don't tell anyone about it, Lauren instructed firmly as she took the spirit linker from Ashlyn's hand. Buta. It's for your own good, Lauren interjected sharply. You don't have anyone to protect you, so it's better not to become the target of everyone's attention. Ashlyn nodded in agreement, and I breathed a sigh of relief. At least we're safe for now. But my tension returned as Lauren turned her gaze toward me. Wait. Lauren. Despite my protest, she forcefully grabbed my hand and examined my spirit linker. This time, her reaction was more profound, her eyes trembling violently as she gently loosened her grip on my hand. Lauren. Take a deep breath. Deep breath, I instructed her, glancing around at the increasing number of curious gazes, my own nervousness growing. Lauren took a step back, her gaze never leaving me. Huff. She exhaled softly before giving me a sweet smile. Wait, Lauren, there's no need be petty right now, I pleaded, trying my best to appear innocent. Wait, please, Lauren. Congratulations, Azariah, for contacting with 3 spirits, she said, with a sweet smile, patting my shoulder as she walked away. But her words seemed to have cast a spell. The entire stadium fell silent. Not a single word was spoken for a while, until the whole stadium erupted with gossip. Wait, seriously? How? I don't even have one. But isn't it impossible to have more than one spirit? Why him? Ugh, there goes my peaceful life. You never had a peaceful. Shut up, useless idiot. Useless? Then what else are you? I lost a part of my soul just to get a useless commenter who just talks shit. I can give you my blessing, but you will die immediately from it. You're saying as if I'm not dying already? Azariah. Noticing my gloomy look, Ashlyn gently called me. Yeah, I replied, glancing at her. Why did she do that? She whispered, coming closer. Don't know. She said I will become a target if I tell my result to everyone. Yeah. It will be alright. Rubbing my back, she replied softly. I nodded my head, not saying anything. Those spirit linkers made the sound come forward. Daphne instructed, standing in front of all 3 classes. Let's go. Wait, Miley, you're not coming? As we started to walk, Ashlyn asked, looking at her. It didn't make any sound. With a depressed look, Miley replied, showing her linker. I'm sorry. Ashlyn replied softly. It's fine, now go. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. We both walked forward where 4 students were already standing. Without a word, we joined them, Ethan, Oliver, Shyaml, and Arianel. Show me. Grabbing Oliver's hand, I looked at his linker while he did the same with mine. Number of spirits, 1. Type, spirit animal. Awakening, 1 month. Same as the game. So, why the fuck is my spirit different? Damn, it really is 3 spirits. Oliver grumbled, examining my linker. All 3 of them are spirit beings and triplets as well. Yours is an animal, I mumbled, lifting my head. Better than spirit balls, at least mine will have some intelligence, he replied before looking at Ethan. How is yours? He asked. Already awakened, Ethan replied with a smile. Yeah, the spirit that roams around you, Olive mumbled, nodding his head. So, only 6 people form a contract, huh? Julian said, looking at all of us. Whatever, you guys are selected for the Spirit Familiar Club, congratulations. Daphne stepped forward as she wrote down our names on a tablet. Just go there and say your name, they will accept you. And yeah, to participate in the house competition, you need to be part of 3 clubs, including this one. You need to take part in 2 more clubs. Give your spirit linker back to the staff, and you are free to check the clubs after that, Daphne instructed all the students. Anyway, why is your spirit coming in installments? Oliver asked as he took out his linker. I have 0 idea, I replied, passing my linker to the staff before I walked away from them. L. Yeah, help me out. How can I? I'm useless, apostrophe. Don't be like this, my life is on the line here. Hysteria. The organization that tortured me when I was a child. Their interest in me will ignite once again. Why did they even kidnap you? Apostrophe. I was not the one they wanted to kidnap, I was just a substitute. But as they continued to do research on me, their interest also increased. I became their favorite research object just because of my stupid blessing. How were you rescued then? From the way you are talking, it looks like you were too valuable for them to just let you go. I don't remember anything. They tortured me so much that my brain was paralyzed. For half a year, I lay in bed, unable to do anything. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't even move. It felt like I was a lifeless body confined in a room for 6 whole months, watching the endless torture that I had gone through as nightmare. And, once again, they are going to target me. And if I end up getting kidnapped once more, I don't know if I could handle going through that torture again. When I was a child, I thought I had people waiting for me. But now, I don't have anyone. I'll crumble. I'll break down. Azariah. Why yes? I stammered, startled, looking up at Ashlyn, who was shaking me vigorously. When did she arrive here? Your eyes are red, you are sweating like crazy, what happened to you? She asked, concern evident as she reached out to touch my forehead. I'm okay, I replied softly, gently pulling away from her touch. Are you worried about something? She inquired, offering me her handkerchief. Nothing much, I replied with a smile, gently pushing her handkerchief back. "Buta Ashlyn, come with me." Before she could say more, Miley arrived beside her and whisked her away. "Wait for me, Azariah." Ashlyn glanced back at me apologetically before joining the group of girls gathered around Arianel and Shimel. "Let's go check out the sports club," Oliver said, appearing beside me. "Count me in," Ethan added, looking at Oliver. "Then let's take Emma as well," Olive mumbled, heading towards Emma's class with Ethan in tow. Ignoring them both, I stood alone, watching the three girls who were the center of attention, happily chatting with those around them. Do you regret it? What you did? Nope, I replied silently as I turned around and walked away from them. I wanted them to be happy. And it seemed like they are. Is it just me, or did you guys also think about bathing in blood? As we walked through the hallway of the academy, Olive mumbled, catching all of our attention. "What kind of psychopathic question is that?" I asked, glancing at him with an annoyed look. "Think about it, you're fighting with a full squad and okay, enough." "I don't want to hear about it," Emma interjected sharply, making Oliver frown. Why are you so sour?" With a smile, Oliver asked, "Did something happen, brother?" Before Emma could reply, Oliver continued, grinning, "Yeah, right, you didn't form a contract with a spirit." "It's fine, you're here to protect me anyway," Emma replied nonchalantly, waving his hand before he looked at me. "But are we seriously going to ignore the fact that Az has contracted 3 spirits?" "Yeah, I thought contracting with only 1 spirit was possible," Ethan chimed in, looking at me with interest. "Nothing changed, he will still remain stupid as to me," Oliver replied, glancing at his brother. "But yeah, we can't ignore the fact that he is soon going to be famous in the entire academy and empire." "Ugh!" I groaned in frustration, massaging my temples. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Oliver reassured, patting my back with a smile. Yeah, I replied, nodding my head. But internally, I didn't feel good. Memories from my childhood resurfaced, making it harder for me to maintain my calm. "And that bastard, I will see him again." "Who are you talking about?" "Bradine Shannon. The scientist with experience in combat who experimented on me the most. He was the one who made my life hell, making it hard for me to live every single day. My chest hurt, it physically hurts even thinking about him. The feelings of anger, frustration, and resentment that burned within me kept increasing every time I remembered him. I will fucking kill him. I will kill him. I will kill every single one of them. I will burn Thea. You powerful enough to do so? Apostrophe. Elle's question worked like cold water, making me calm down. I am not. So focus on surviving before thinking about revenge. Yeah. Second-year students did a great job making everything good, Ethan mumbled, his voice carrying unfiltered excitement as he looked around. I want to check every one of them. Azariah, Olive mumbled, rubbing his chin as I looked at him. Be careful of the second-year students. Huh? Why? Before I could reply, Ethan asked, frowning. Well, senior sister-in-law is kinda popular. Kinda? Emma interjected. She represents the second year along with Archie. And she's got her own fan club. An idiotic fan club, Oliver continued. Remember that guy who tried to propose to Christina? She was suspended from the academy because of him. The one who lost his hands and legs? Yeah. That guy, Oliver exclaimed. I don't know how he will relieve himself without his hands. I mean, it was kinda his fault. Who told him to insult and say he is better than Azariah in front of her? Emma replied, shrugging. Wait, when the fuck did this happen? I couldn't help but ask. Why don't I know about this? When you were busy isolating yourself and only coming out whenever your mother forced you to, Oliver replied, glancing at me. Is she that famous? Ethan asked, his gaze fixed on Oliver. Yep, you'll understand when you see her. She's too bright to ignore, Oliver remarked, glancing at me. And guess who her fans hate the most? Azariah? Ethan guessed, and Oliver nodded. Just don't engage with them directly, Emma advised as we approached the open stadium. Why are you saying it like I would? I grumbled, the sounds of cheering students filling my ears. I have a feeling you will, Emma replied knowingly as we entered the open-roofed stadium. Woohoo! Yeah. Let's go team. Let's go. As we stepped into the stadium, a wave of cheers from the students engulfed us. It was clear they were fully immersed in the excitement of the match, their eyes glued to the action unfolding before them on the field. My gaze drifted toward the field, where 12 players hovered over the ground at a foot's distance, with each team fielding 6 players. They dashed across the field, reaching out to snatch the ball hovering midair from each other. Go for it. Go. Right before us, a player seized the ball and swiftly maneuvered toward the opponent's goalpost. His movements were distinct to using his legs to propel himself. He executed half circles with his left and right legs, accelerating and decelerating with precision. As he neared the goalpost, he swung his leg, connecting with the ball. Swish. Goal. The entire stadium erupted in excitement as the player scored. Wee-woo-oo. With the whistle sound, the game ended as all the players made a full circle to stop in one place before landing on the ground. The winning team celebrated while the losing team lowered their heads. It's like football, I mumbled to myself as I looked at them with interest. Football? A kind of game that Inda used to play when he was a child. Ha 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 ha, my time to shine has come, baby. I shifted my gaze towards Oliver, who was laughing like a maniac. What happened to him? I mumbled, looking at Emma. He has been practicing for glideball at home for a while now, Emma replied, looking at his brother with concern. Ha ha ha, glideball is all about how one uses feet, Oliver said, laughing. And no one in the academy is better than me when it comes to foot jobs. Footwork, I corrected him. Ha ha, right, footwork. He nodded with an awkward expression, laughing. Can I participate as well? Ethan asked, matching Oliver's excitement. Of course. Placing his hand over Ethan's shoulder, Oliver exclaimed, let them know the best players of glideball have arrived. Oliver. We all shifted our focus to the girl who came towards us with a smile. With her crimson hair and eyes, she looked beautiful while wearing the academic uniform as she walked gracefully towards us. Athla, Oliver replied with a bright smile as he walked towards her. Oliver. Dramatically, she stretched open her arms with a bright smile. Athla. And just as Oliver was going for the hug, she grabbed his ears, twisting them completely. How many times do I have to say take care of my sister? She scolded him while twisting his ears. I am sorry. Why are you sorry for? I don't know. Althea Vesperatine, a sub-heroine, from the game and the girl whom I met in the hospital at the Vesperatine Viscounty. I glanced at Ethan, who was looking at Althea while trying his best to maintain a good-looking smile. They are at it again, Emma mumbled with a tired sigh. Your brother is famous among the girls, isn't he? I asked. You are the one to talk about that? He replied, but his gaze was still on Oliver. Well, since they were children, Oliver has always been the better of the twins. Whenever something happened, Oliver always tried to protect his brother, and even though it's not severe, Emma does have an inferior complex because of it. Where is my sister? I shifted back to Althea as she asked. Alia should be with Miley, and please stop twisting my ears. Oliver pleaded, looking at her with his utmost innocent gaze. Sigh. With a sigh, she loosened her grip before glancing towards us. And her expression immediately hardened as she looked at me, but she eased up as if she remembered something. How are you, Emma? She asked, looking at him while completely ignoring me. Great, he replied with a smile, as her gaze shifted towards Ethan. He is Ethan, my classmate, Oliver introduced him. Hello. Ethan greeted her and Althea nodded towards him with a smile. So, "Are you guys here to join the club?" she asked, glancing at us. "Yes, Miss Manager, could you please give us access from the back door?" With a bright smile, Oliver asked. "No," shaking her head, she replied, "we have some slots for the next game, participate and show your worth." "TCH. What?" She narrowed her eyes as Oliver clicked his tongue. "Nothing, we would love to participate," Oliver replied as he placed his hands over Ethan's shoulder. "Me too," and at last, I said, "I also want to join the club. It's one of the games that will be in the clubhouse competition, I can't miss it." "Huh? You too, Az?" Oliver asked, while Althea frowned. "Yeah. Why?" she asked, acknowledging my presence. "Do I need to give you a reason?" I replied, looking at her. No, she replied before she thought about something. "Maybe you should participate, Azariah." Saying so, she walked back, and the slight grin on her face wasn't unnoticed. "It seems like she is up to something, let her be. What can she do anyway?" I take that back. As I looked at my team that would participate with me in the next match, I thought to myself, why am I dragged into this? Aimer grumbled as he wore the hovering boots. Ignoring his ranting, I looked at the others in my team as we stood just beside the match field. 2 girls, 1 chubby boy, and 1 thin boy. "You look familiar," I mumbled as I looked at the chubby guy. "I am in your class," he replied, making me tilt my head in confusion. The racist guy, "Yeah, right," I nodded before I looked at the rest of them, So let's see who we have here. Extending my hand, I pointed towards Amar, a retard. "A what?" Then I shifted my finger towards the chubby guy and thin guy, a chubby retard, a thin retard, and I looked at the 2 somewhat good-looking girls as I pointed at them, Bitka. Azariah. Beautiful retards, I corrected myself, making them blush? Sigh, wait, why are they blushing? Calling them retards made them feel good or what? Ladies and gentlemen, I shifted my focus towards the stadium as I heard Athena's voice from the speakers. "We have a special guest for our next match." The entire stadium turned silent at her words. "Please welcome the most talked about person in the second year, Azariah Noah Aljana." Boo. And as soon as her words finished, almost the entire stadium started to boo, looking at me. Their unified, deep, and continuous roar of disapproval echoed throughout the stadium. "Well, look at the bright side, I don't see many girls booing you, Azariah." I ignored both Elle and Amar as I walked towards a more open area, making myself more visible to all of them. The entire stadium looked at me as I extended both my hands upwards. And, without any concern, I showed all of them the middle finger, making them silent for a second. Boo. Their booing intensified several folds, filling the entire stadium, and that made me smile. The match. It's going to be fun. "So, any of you guys have played the game before?" Azariah asked, folding his arms and tapping his legs on the ground in impatience as he stood in front of his team. Despite the taunts and mocking from the crowd, he remained focused. "I did," Amar replied, while the rest of the team averted their gaze. Sigh. Azariah let out a frustrated sigh and glanced at their opponents. 3 second-year students stood in front of their team, while Oliver, Ethan, and Keegan stood beside them, ready for the game. "Wait, when did Keegan arrive here?" "He's been here from the start," Amar replied, "and we're obviously at a disadvantage here." "I can see that," Azariah mumbled, rubbing his chin. "Are you guys ready?" Althea asked as she walked towards them, catching Azariah's attention. "We are," Amar replied, nodding his head. "Let me check your equipment." Saying so, she moved towards the 2 girls. "We're going for a 2-2-2 formation," Azariah said, addressing his team. "Both the girls will protect the goal, Amar and I will be the strikers, and Skinny and Chubba I have a name, The chubby guy interrupted, gathering his courage. And that is? Seth. Okay, chubby and skinny here will be the midfielders, Azariah instructed, ignoring the guy's unpleasant appearance. And do not be afraid to throw punches. Or do I need to remind you of the rules? Althea interrupted Azariah's words. Number. The game will be 25 minutes long, with one 5-minute break, she continued, ignoring him, moving towards the two boys to check their equipment. Any direct attack, underhand method, or touching the ball with hand will be considered a foul. You score 1 point with each goal, and if you run out of mana, you're disqualified. She finished her words, glancing at Azariah as she emphasized the last part. Any questions? She asked, moving towards Aimer. Why are we at a disadvantage? Aimer inquired, glancing at their opponents. And why are the second-year students? It's protocol, and don't worry, they'll go easy on you, she assured with a smile, checking his equipment. After examining Aimer's gear, she approached Azariah and without speaking, she studied him for a moment. Why aren't you wearing a t-shirt? She questioned, noticing his full-sleeve shirt. Check the equipment, he replied firmly. Shaking her head, she proceeded to inspect his wrist, elbow, shin, and neck guards, ensuring they were all in the right place. You look better than before, she said, looking at his face, at least physically. I don't care about your opinion. I heard about your engagement, Althea murmured, glancing at his face. You must be glad to hear it, right? Azariah asked, smiling slightly. I am, she replied. At least she's free now. Yeah, he responded mockingly. Like I was the one who was a burden to her, right? You were, she agreed, nodding her head. But now, people who actually deserve her can pursue her without displeasing your mother. Do you know how happy Ivan and Prince Jonathan were when they heard about it? She continued, observing his reaction. They both threw parties for all the second-year students. You think Christina will leave me? Azariah interrupted with a smile, causing her to furrow her brows. The Emperor has already made his decision, and it's not like you're bound by any sacred vow. If she refuses, she'll commit treason, and we both know she's smart enough not to do that, she replied firmly before stepping back. Azariah, if you ever loved her, don't be selfish and stay away from her, she said, leaving him with those parting words before walking away. I am selfish, huh? Sighing, Azariah checked his boots, each with 6 small nostrils. You geese ready? Azariah asked, looking at his team. They all nodded their heads before Azariah made a full circle with his left leg, activating the boots and drawing in his mana. It was challenging for him to maintain balance, as it was his first time using the glide boots. Slowly but surely, he ascended until he was a few feet above the ground. Having completed the easiest part of moving up, Azariah glanced at his teammates, only to find Aimer beside him. Where are the rest? He asked. There, Aimer replied, pointing at the rest of the team who were just hovering above the ground. Oi! Come faster. We don't have all day. Azariah shouted at them, urging them to hurry up. How are you so good at this? Aimer asked, observing Azariah, who was able to balance himself relatively well. I had a strict mentor who wanted me to be the best at everything, he replied, recalling his mother's secretary. From the easiest tasks to the hardest ones, those teachings were ingrained in him. Ha ha ha, ready to lose, as the loud laughing voice filled his ears, he looked at Oliver, who arrived in front of them with Ethan and Keegan. Their formation was simple, with 3 first years as strikers and the second year on defense. Are they going to be all right? Ethan asked, glancing at the rest of Azariah's teammates who were slowly joining them. What's Shrimp doing here? Azariah asked, looking at Keegan. I'm taller than you. Keegan retorted aggressively. He's not talking about height, Keegan, Oliver replied, glancing at his pants. Azariah. Are you guys ready? A third-year student wearing referee attire and carrying the ball asked both teams as soon as Azariah's team took position. Both sides nodded their heads as the referee positioned the ball between Oliver and Azariah. 3. Both Oliver and Azariah brought their left legs backward. 2. Tensing their muscles, they both glanced at the ball and then at each other. 1. Swish. Yay! They both made an arc with their left legs, propelling themselves forward, arriving right beside the hovering ball. But swiftly and smoothly, Oliver took control of the ball, making the crowd erupt in cheers. Aimer. On it. Shouting, Aimer propelled himself forward, intersecting with Oliver. Ethan. Shouting, Oliver passed the ball to Ethan, who was hovering just around him. Taking possession of the ball, Ethan made his way towards the opposition's goalpost. Skinny, stop him. Azariah shouted at the skinny guy as he propelled himself towards them. Ugh! But just as the guy made an arc with his left leg, he couldn't control himself and propelled too fast, heading downwards. Oliver. Ethan shouted, passing the ball towards Oliver while Aimer tried to stop him. Ethan. Oliver passed the ball back to him as he got sandwiched between Aimer and Azariah. Chubby. Seth made an arc with his left leg as he intersected with Ethan, trying his best to stop him, but swiftly Ethan sidestepped him and passed the ball between his legs. Go for it. The crowd shouted as Ethan came close to the goalpost, and both girls tried to stop him, but he just hovered past between them. Swish. Woohoo! Swinging his leg in a wide arc, he kicked the ball, scoring the first goal. Ignoring all the shouting from the crowd, Azariah moved towards Seth and the skinny guy, as well as the girls, making an arc with his right leg. He stood right in front of them. Do I need to remind you guys who I am? Rubbing his neck, he asked, his voice low and drawn out. They all looked at him blankly, not understanding his words. I am the son of Duchess Isma, and if I lose the game because of you guys, then remember I will make you regret being here. He threatened, pointing at them to ensure they heard his words loud and clear. The guys' faces turned pale as they remembered all the rumors surrounding him, from the way he treated his maids to how he forced himself on the girls who displeased him. If you're feeling angry, then show it on the opposing team, he instructed the girls, pointing towards their opponents. The girls' faces had turned the light crimson. I'm not angry though, one of the girls mumbled, glancing at Azariah's face. Then why is your face red? He asked, tilting his head, but both the girls averted their gaze away from him. Azariah. Aimer called out to him as the game was about to start again. Remember my words. He glared at them one last time before moving back. Once again, the referee placed the ball between Ethan and Aimer. Go. The referee shouted, and Aimer quickly got hold of the ball before passing it to Azariah. Boo! The crowd booed as Azariah wasted no time in hovering towards the opposition's goalpost while Aimer held back Keegan and Oliver. HPP. Ethan propelled himself faster and arrived close to him as Azariah reached the defense of the opposition. And just as he arrived, all three of them intercepted him, blocking his way. Azariah tried to glide past them, but they were experienced enough to stop him. Fuck this. Cursing, he looked back as Ethan blocked his way from behind. And before he could come up with something, one of the second-year students pushed him intentionally, causing Azariah to fall downwards onto the ground below. Azariah's anger consumed his mind for a second as he balanced himself and took out his axe hammer from his bracelet. Break time. The ref shouted, announcing the 5-minute break. Ha! Azariah took a deep breath before propelling himself towards his team. Chubby, ever played bowling ball? Azariah asked, looking at Seth. Yes. Why? Get ready then. What for? Aimer, mess up Oliver's gear. Ignoring Seth, Azariah focused on Aimer. How? Twins? Same mana signature, get that? That's cheating. Not until someone notices it. And you three. He glanced at the skinny boy and the two girls. Be ready to stop anyone who comes close. What are you thinking, Azariah? Aimer asked. Just giving another reason for the crowd to hate me, he replied, his eyes turning shades of mesmerizing blue for a second. And as the words escaped his mouth, a chill ran down the spine of everyone present there. Are you going to use it? Yeah. As I surveyed the field, observing the opposing team members, I replied to Elle's doubtful question. You do know that if someone recognizes it, you'll have an entire race against you. It's fine. I don't think anyone can even recognize what this actually is. Having looked around enough, I turned my attention to my team, who were taking back their positions while Aimer and Chubby hovered towards me. I shifted my focus and looked at the goalpost that was surrounded by the 3 second-year students. If I need to score, I will have to bypass them, I mused, squinting my eyes as I formed a quick plan in my mind. Instead of doing everything by yourself, you can always work with your team, I can't rely on them to score. I have to do that on my own, I rebuked, glancing at the timer. And I have a better way to use my team. Doing everything alone will not always work. Yeah. So, what do you want us to do? Aimer asked, driving close to me with Chubby. How much can you lift? There is nothing in this world that I can't lift. Then listen, I replied, leaning towards his ear and whispering something before moving back. Aimer blinked twice, then glanced at Chubby, giving him a sly smile while patting his shoulder. Your sacrifice will be remembered, brother. What? Chubby stammered, visibly taken aback. Break ends. As soon as the 5-minute mark ended, the referee announced the resumption of the game. Get ready, I declared, hovering towards the center of the field with Aimer and Chubby behind me. The referee placed the ball between me and Keegan as I glanced at him. Hey, Keegan. What? Do you want Arianel's number? What? Got you. 3. You know her personal number? I repeated my words with a smile. Don't be ridiculous, why you don't even have that? Well, I do. In fact, she calls me every night, I replied, enjoying his discomfort. Stop lying, he shouted, clenching his fist. By the way, do you know who was her first kiss? Don't you dare, Azariah, he shouted, glaring at me while completely ignoring the ball hovering in the middle. Ignoring his protests, I grinned widely and pointed my thumb at my face. It was me, Azariah. How dare you? Start. Swish. Boo-oo. Making an arc with my left leg and accelerating myself, I hovered past him and easily took possession of the ball as soon as the referee signaled. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, I accelerated towards the goalpost while Oliver and Ethan chased after me. Oliver, let me score 1 point, I shouted, trying to convince him as he arrived right beside me. Oliver looked at me for a second, he might be wondering what type of idiot you're. Okay. What? I nearly dripped on the empty air as I heard his response. Go score 1 point, I am not stopping you, he replied as he decelerated himself. Boo-oo. Yeah, I forgot he is an idiot. I shook my head before focusing back on the game while the crowd started booing Oliver. Swish. I glanced back again as Ethan chased closely after me while Keegan was held back by Aimer and Chubby. Ha. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs to the brim. Bite. And when I felt I had enough air, I bit my tongue tightly until blood gushed out of it. Knifle. Huff. As the breath left my lips, the air around me began to shimmer, tendrils of mist started to form around me, the temperature dropping rapidly as if a sudden winter had descended upon the land. And as soon as Ethan came close to me, I willed the mist to envelop him. Huh? Ethan let out a startled voice as he visibly trembled from the cold, his movements slowing down until he stopped moving. Using Knifle, I made his body turn cold, making him use his mana to warm his body instead of letting it be sucked in by the glide boots. He is using mana to attack. That's cheating. Someone stop him. The crowd erupted once again as they realized that something had gone wrong with Ethan. But everyone, as Araya is not using mana and there is no direct attack, so for now, he is not disqualified. My grin widened as I heard the announcement from the ref as I accelerated myself, narrowing my distance with second-year students. You're terrible. Boo. Get off the field. Ignoring the jeers, I kicked the ball as I looked at the second-year student who pushed me last time. Thud. With a thud, I grabbed my senior's arm. Where? He let out a startled voice as I smiled at him, only to yank him by the arm before throwing him over my shoulder. Uke? Sorry, senior, are you okay? I asked while smiling gently as he hovered upside down, glaring at me. Hey. That's cheating. Stop him. I once again ignored the jeers of the crowd before I looked at the ref. As Araya, you have been warned. He shouted, and I nodded my head before I focused on the rest of the second-year students. Only 4 minutes have passed, huh? I mused to myself as I glanced at the timer while the hovering ball stuck between my toes and ankle. Aimer. I shouted as I glanced at Ethan, who had once again started to chase after me. His full focus was on me as he completely ignored the rest of my team. On it. I glanced back in his direction as I couldn't miss what was about to happen. Arg. Without a moment's hesitation, Aimer lunged forward, his hand grabbing Chubby by the back of his neck with a firm grip. And with a swift motion, he swung Chubby around in a wide arc, building momentum with each rotation. Mama cuck. Ethan and the 2 seniors arrived right around me, caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver, barely had time to react as Chubby hurtled through the air towards us. But Chubby wasn't thrown in their direction but mine. With a yelp, I reached out to brace myself and Chubby collided with me with a resounding thud, the force of the impact knocking us both off balance, but we didn't stop there as we also collided with the seniors and Ethan. Arg. Fuck. I groaned in pain, but I quickly shifted my focus on the ref while Aimer scored the goal for our team. And sure enough, he had a conflicted look on his face, but in the end, I wasn't disqualified and he just raised his arm acknowledging the goal. Sigh. Good job, Chubby. I patted him on his shoulder as I once again balanced myself. He coughed violently hearing my praise while glaring at me with teary eyes, but I just ignored him. Uck. Why weren't you disqualified? Ethan asked as he balanced himself back. Because what just happened was an accident, I replied as I hovered towards the center of the field. The seniors also returned to their place, and the crowd was as loud as ever, which I was ignoring without any problem. How? Ethan questioned again. Chubby colliding with me was intentional, but me colliding with you guys wasn't. It's basically a loophole in the game that people don't use, I explained while I moved to the center beside Aimer. Why? I am just going to ignore him. They have some self-respect, you are saying as if I don't have self-respect. You do? I can ask the same question? Useless voice in my head. Good job, bud. I fist-bumped as I stood beside him. Yeah, but now the entire crowd is also hating on me as well. He grumbled while he glanced around. Only 2 minutes left, let's end this, I mumbled as I glanced at the timer before Aimer walked to the center. The ref once again placed the ball between us as Oliver glanced at Aimer. What? Ready to lose, little bro? Oliver asked, grinning while his gaze fixed on the ball. Shut it, Aimer replied, his gaze on the ball as well. Start. With the signal given, Oliver quickly hovered towards the ball and so did Aimer, but Oliver got possession of the ball as he sidestepped him. And with full speed, he hovered towards our goalpost. Ethan. Oliver passed the ball to Ethan as Aimer inched closer to him. Ethan quickly hovered towards the goalpost while I quickly tried to chase after him, but I was stopped with Keegan blocking my way. As Araha. I am not going to tell you how her lips tasted, fuck off, I interjected with a sly smile, and anger visibly surfaced on his face. Why you have been tarnishing the princess's name again and again, don't think you can get away with this. Fuck off. I hovered past him, or at least I tried, but he kept blocking my way. TCH. You won't get past me. Are you now? Where? He immediately got distracted as soon as he heard her name, giving me enough time to move past him. But I didn't have much time as Oliver was just around the goal. 10. The crowd started to count as the game was about to end. 9. 8. 7. Skinny tried to stop Oliver, but he was quick enough to not get stopped by him. 6. 5. Must be dot. Da thump. But before I could use muspel, the beating of my heart echoed in my brain, and a sudden pain intensified in my chest. Hey, are you alright, Azariah? Azariah. Goal. Huff. Huff. While the crowd erupted in cheers, I clenched my chest as I felt my heartbeat slowing down until it stopped entirely. Can't we go where Oliver is now? In the bustling corridors of the academy, Aliyah grumbled, her crimson eyes glancing around with a bored expression on her face. Step up and stay with us, Miley, walking beside her, scolded, her awkward hair bouncing as she moved. You are always like Oliver this, Oliver that. Can't you enjoy time with us? Honestly, I can't, Aliyah replied nonchalantly, especially not with you. What did I do? Miley rebuked, with an absurd look on her face. Guys, can you stop fighting? Ashlyn quickly chimed in between as she noticed their argument escalating. I am not fighting, she replied, glancing at her and pointing at Miley. She is. Okay, now, stop it. She walked between them as both girls quieted down a little. By the way, how long have you guys known each other? Ashlyn questioned curiously, her mesmerizing golden eyes looking at both of them. Since kindergarten, Miley replied, as she remembered their past. Well, most of us know each other from that time. Azariah as well? Ashlyn asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Why are you asking about him? Miley rebuked, frowning her brows. I am just curious, Ashlyn replied meekly, rubbing her hands. Yeah, Azariah as well, Aliyah replied in Miley's place. In fact, Miley and Azariah were quite closey. I was never close with him, she interjected sharply, while glaring at her. Remind me again who always pestered Azariah. Shut up, Aliyah, Miley interjected again, clenching her fist. I was a kid back then, and if I had known how he would have turned out to be, I would have never been with him. Yeah, he only stayed with you because of Amber and Oliver, Aliyah rebuked, and he already has enough girls around him to care about you. Her words hit Miley's nerves as her glare intensified. Music club. Ashlyn exclaimed, looking at the board in front of a hall. Let's check it out. Grabbing both girls' hands, Ashlyn moved towards inside the club, taking them by surprise. Wait, I am coming. Stop dragging me, Aliyah complained as she walked behind her. Miley, Ashlyn, and Aliyah approached the music club hall. They were immediately greeted by the vibrant sounds of music emanating from within. Stepping closer, they were met with a sight that filled them with awe and excitement. The hall was adorned with colorful banners and posters, each showcasing different musical instruments and styles. Another one of her songs. Miley mumbled as she heard the second-year students singing. Whose song? Ashlyn asked, glancing at her. Echo. She replied, she is quite famous. Yeah. I have heard of her. Ashlyn replied, nodding her head. Are you going to join the club? Miley asked, glancing at Ashlyn, who was looking around curiously. No, Ashlyn shook her head. I was thinking of joining the cooking club. Why? Aliyah asked curiously. Let's just say it's my wish to be the best cook, Ashlyn replied with a bright smile on her face. I might join as well, Aliyah mumbled, her voice barely audible. Maybe Oliver will like my cooking. Thinking about Oliver, Aliyah's lips raised into a gentle smile, which both girls took notice of. Lost cause, Miley grumbled, and Ashlyn nodded her head in agreement. Where are you now? Ashlyn asked, her voice cracking with worry. Thank God, she whispered softly as a sigh escaped her trembling lips. Be safe, Tiffy. I will come home as soon as I can. No. How could I not worry? Tiffany asked, changing the topic, and hearing his name calmed down Ashlyn a little. No, she replied, not now. And Oliver? Before he could end the call, Azariah continued, I'll sleep in your room for a while. Big sis. She's coming back, he replied softly, gently opening his eyes. Yeah,